Hello, everyone, and welcome to the second episode of Weal or Woe, a TTRPG review show. My name is Jay. I will be the host for tonight, and with me are my lovely barkeeps again. Hello, hello. We have Vivian and Solar.
Hello.
They will be joining us for a lovely game of Candela Obscura, which is the barkeep's choice from episode 1. So if you haven't watched it, go check out episode 1 of Weal or Woe. It was so much fun to talk about all these games. They were great. But this one is our favorite. So we're going to go ahead and we are going to jump in to Candela Obscura. The smoke-riddled atmosphere of the Nine Irons casts long shadows on the small shantytown that's been growing for several years. A few people shuffle about the tents and makeshift shelters as members of the periphery keep a forceful watch, large rifles in hand and grimaces on their faces. A few blocks down, the city morgue sits on the corner of the street across from Gallowgate, Newfair's prison. As per usual, a guard is stationed outside to keep those with a morbid curiosity from possibly tampering with any periphery business being conducted there. The guard looks tired, ready for the upcoming shift change. From a back alley, a young woman slips along the wall, staying clear of the guard's peripheral vision. She makes her way to a ground window and looks inside. Seeing something that intrigues her, she grabs a letter opener from her bag and starts to slowly but forcefully pry open the latch that appears to be a little rusted from the constant rain that Newfair has been having recently. She climbs inside without alerting the guard and finds her footing. She glances around and a sign on the door directly to her right reads, "Examination Room." Smirking, knowing that this is where she was headed and this is where she wanted to be, she pushes the door open. A few bodies lie on slabs covered in white sheets, and the backside of the wall of this room is covered in doors, which is typical of a morgue. She slowly makes her way around the room and takes out a little notepad, starts writing down some details. And she takes out her camera, takes some pictures, and notices something on one of the mouths, or at least the mouth area of one of the bodies on a slab. As she takes a closer look, a red stain begins to expand across the sheet. She decides that she's had enough, and she turns around and makes her way back to where she came. As she opens the door, the body on the slab sits up and looks at her. She hears something, so she pauses, turns around, and screams. And that's where we cut to all of you. Audrey,
Hello.
where would you be at the start of your day? What would you be doing?
I think that Audrey, at the beginning of her day, is very busy making breakfast for her children. She would be putting the finishing touches. She would have probably be telling her son Enoch to hurry up because he likes to sleep in when he thinks that she doesn't know, and she needs to make sure he gets out of the door on time. And she would probably be while she's doing that, she'd be giving the nanny instructions on how to or what the kids will require when they get back from their school day.
What's your nanny's name? I don't know if you didn't give me a name for the nanny.
I didn't give the nanny a name.
Okay.
So
we'll just say the nanny's name is Sylvia.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So Sylvia enters the room as you're getting stuff ready and is just nodding and agreeing to what you're telling her.
Mm-hmm.
And she, how long will you be out?
I was just going to do some shopping today, I think. So I won't be gone too long, I don't imagine, anyway.
Very good, very good. I think I have this handled if you have any other business to take care of, but I'm sure these little rascals will be little angels for me today. So
she gives her a little nod and goes and leaves the breakfast on the table for her children and goes upstairs to finish her own preparations to leave the house for the day.
Okay. So you finish getting ready for the day, and then you make your way downstairs. You kiss your kids goodbye, and is your husband at home, or has he already left for the day?
He's at work. He's
okay.
at work.
Okay.
So
you make your way out to do your shopping, and we didn't have you do this before, but what does Audrey look like?
Audrey is a lovely lady. She has wonderful dark brown hair. It's not quite black, but it's a little bit dark brown streaked with silver, actually. And it's brought up in what's called a Gibson girl. So her hair is spun around her head a little bit. And she's not pale. She's very much, she looks like she's seen the sun. Her skin is sun-kissed, but it's not quite. It's somewhere in that not too dark, not too light category. And her eyes are a bright green as well. It's a little unsettling because they can be quite piercing at times.
Okay. So grabbing her coat, because it is a little bit of a chilly day today, she makes her way out to the marketplace, and you are approached by a small child, probably about 10 or so. He's got a letter in his hand, and Miss, this, I believe this is for you, and hands you this letter.
Okay. She takes it, and she says, "Oh, thank you. Here, take this." And she drops a coin into his hand.
Oh, thank you. And he kind of just darts off back down the street. This is a letter that you have seen a few times before. It has the seal of Candela Obscura on the wax. It is addressed to Audrey Whittinger.
Whittinger. It's a soft G.
Whittinger. It's a soft G. Okay, cool. That's why I said it first. I was like, let's see if I can say this right.
It's all right. I didn't remember my accent till after I spoke for the first time, so everyone can have a good laugh at me.
Okay, so basically this letter is a call into your chapter house. in the South Suffolk district of New Fair, there has been a new assignment that Dawson Clark, your lightkeeper, needs you to be a part of. So
okay, she gives a little sigh, and she looks at the letter, and she has a purse slung over her arm, and she's like, all right, well, I suppose I won't be doing the groceries today, at least not myself. And she looks, she basically looks around to see if that little boy is still hanging out or if he's run off already.
He's long gone. He took the coin and immediately was like, I'm gonna go spend it somewhere.
Is there, am I even close to the marketplace, or is this like right after I've left my house?
It probably would be fairly soon after you left your house. He probably would have seen you leave your house, but with you get the sense that his instructions were to be discreet, almost, about handing you this letter.
Okay, and do I get a sense that, like, is this something that I need to do immediately, or I can, like, is there like a little bit of a gap in time? Like, if I had to make a stop on the way, could I make a stop? Is what I'm asking.
Yeah, you could probably make a stop on the way. It's
Okay.
not super immediate, but it is at your earliest convenience. Is what the specific wording is in the letter.
So she does sigh. She bears that in mind and goes over to the grocer's and says, "I'm going. Excuse me. I need this item, and this item. If you could please have it delivered to the Whittinger residence." And she gives her address to the grocer. So at least her groceries got done today. And
very well.
Then she makes her way to the meeting point as requested.
Okay.
She has things to do. You know, she has responsibilities.
She has a family. Okay, so as you are making your way to the chapter house, we are going to head on over to Hal. Hal, what is kind of your morning routine as you wake up in the morning? What do you kind of do with this new-ish environment, I guess, to you, since you're so used to living in the old manor? Is it still kind of a new thing, waking up with like comforts and other things, or is this kind of just...
Well, I've been here for 2 years. I suppose I'll practice my viola in the morning.
Okay. So you take it out and you're practicing and you're playing, and as you're doing so, you hear a knock at the door. This is a typical knock at the door that breakfast is ready for you downstairs. And do you immediately go downstairs, or do you finish and then head downstairs?
If breakfast is ready, I suppose I should put on something other than my nightshirt.
Probably, yeah. That might be a good idea.
So I'll put my viola away, and I will put on reasonable attire for where I am. Rich, not gaudy. And I'll make my way to the common area where breakfast is generally served.
All right. And describe Hal for us. What does he look like? How old is he? That kind of...
Hal is 17 years old, very slight of build. He has olive oil skin and brown hair. However, his eyes are a little distinct because one of them is gray for some reason. It's a gray eye and a brown eye. And he wears glasses, octagonal frames. And his movements are very deliberate, not robotic, one would say, but meticulously planned.
You make your way downstairs, and the kind of normal greeting that you get from some of the other people in the chapter house, including your father, who is waiting for you at the breakfast table. And he nods to you and says, "Good morning, Hal. Sleep well?"
Good morning, sir. As well as can be expected.
Very good. I heard you practicing your viola this morning.
Yes.
You're getting quite good at it.
Thank you, Father. I do hope that my playing is adequate for
Yes.
purposes of family reputation.
Yes. And he kind of just silently sits at the table. One of the other members at the chapter house has walked in and seen you talking to your father, though they cannot see that your father is sitting there. So they kind of they give you a glance, but this is Candela Obscura, so it's kind of the norm to see people talking to random things. So they don't really give like a second glance or a double take, but just kind of like a, "Oh, okay," and continue on their way out the door to whatever assignment that they are being called on. Eventually, Dawson Clark, the lightkeeper of this chapter house, makes his way downstairs and greets you, and gives a nod to the empty spot where he's seen you talk to your father before. And Hal, there's been an incident, and I think that we need you out on the field today.
Good morning, sir.
Yes,
I
good morning.
assume the incident requires a certain level of persuasion.
Yes, it has to do with a certain reporter going missing. The OUP has already been called in, and I just got word that it could be a bleed-related issue. So I have called in Audrey Whittinger to join you on this particular mission. She will hopefully be here shortly, and I hope that you are able to get this problem solved quickly. There seems to be more eyes on this than normal.
I will perform my duties to the best of my abilities.
Very well. And then he will actually walk outside, and then we cut back to Audrey. So as you make your way to your chapter house, you spot a pair of periphery officers pulling a kind of disheveled man into their carriage. He's struggling to break free, shouting in protest, but the people around kind of just shuffle about, kind of like this is a normal experience, seeing periphery officers carting away someone, unfazed by it. As they shove this man inside, a figure steps onto the sidewalk from the alleyway, and they come into the light of the street, and you recognize Dawson Clark, your lightkeeper. He stands for a moment with his hands on his hips and his head down before he makes his way back into the chapter house. And,
All right. Do I hear anything from the disheveled person? Am I passing close enough by that I hear them if they're yelling something or anything like that?
I'm going to ask for our first roll of the game.
First roll of the
And
game.
I'm going to have you make a survey roll.
A survey roll, okay.
See if you
And okay. How does this work again?
Okay, so with a survey roll, so looking at your
Intuition.
character sheet as the
Right.
muscle, it'd be under your
Mhm.
intuition.
I have 2, so I roll 2 dice, right? Two
So you would roll
2d6s.
2 dice. Yep, and
Mhm.
if it's a 6, it'll be a success. If it's a 4 to 5, it'll be a mixed success. And if it's a
Okay.
3 or lower, it'll be a failure.
Copy that. I take the higher of the 2 rolls, correct?
Yes, you'll take the highest number.
That's a 5 on the die.
5 on the die. Okay. So you can't pick out too many details, but he seems to be shouting about an experience that he had in that alleyway that he was just dragged out of. And he's shouting, "But I saw it! I saw it! It was there! I promise! No, I'm not drunk, you..." And yeah, and then he...
And classic class Audrey, being the ever responsible housewife, takes her purse and clutches it close and hurries on to her destination, feigning that she's afraid of what this could be doing. And surely the periphery is doing their job, even though she knows that's not the case at all. Or at least that's not what she believes.
Yes. All right. So you continue on and you make your way into the chapter house. You go to the typical meeting spot where the briefings are held, and Dawson Clark is there, and and Hal is also there. By this time, breakfast has finished because it's been a few. It's been probably from where does Audrey live again?
The Seidel.
Seidel. Okay. So it's probably been about a good 20-30 minutes or so getting from the Seidel over to South Soffit, where this chapter house is at. And again, this is a test play, so I'm playing fast and loose with the lore. This is just what I've read about New Fair from the guide that Critical Role has released. The full guide is not out yet, so I don't know exactly where distances are or anything. I'm making assumptions.
At least at the time of filming, it's not out yet. So we're playing with the quick start guide.
Hopefully.
You're doing fine for 25 pages of information.
Yes.
Exactly. What Solar said.
So Dawson Clark is standing, and he's got kind of a solemn look on his face. Begins with, "I've called you both in today, as there has been reports of one of the young reporters from the New Fair Chronicler, Margaret Keller, who has gone missing after some information at the morgue made it to her desk, and she went to go investigate. The OUP has already started investigating the scene, but we ask that you get there as quickly as you can before any issues or any interference from other entities makes its way into this investigation. The investigation that she was doing seemed to have been about bodies disappearing at the morgue, which is also very unsettling. And my contact in the OUP has confirmed that it is bleed related. I would also warn that there is some new player on the board that the OUP has caught wind of that seems to be acquiring locations where bleed has been reported. So be on the lookout for this new figure and what their motivations might be. Hopefully, Eons is not behind that, as we do not want to help them further their science. We know that the last place she was seen was at her desk at the New Fair Chronicler, But I would also suggest going to the morgue itself to try and find any evidence of where she could have gone or what might be causing this. If you need me, I will be here trying to do some more research on anything related to body snatchers or the like from our collections. Any questions?
What do you mean by acquiring?
He's been buying up properties where bleed has been reported or incidents of thinnings have happened that both us and the OUP have records of.
I see.
Well, according to the worry in your voice, may I surmise that you believe that this is part of the esoteric order?
It might be, possibly. Which would be very worrying, as they've been known to cause issues and multiply bleed events rather than try and contain.
So should we get there first? Is that what you're saying?
That would be recommended, yes. If you could get to the morgue, or if Margaret Keller had any notes in her office back at the newspaper, that would also be another place to look and see what this might be related to.
All right. And she actually opens her little clutch purse and pulls out a little black and white cookie and hands it to Docent. You look like you haven't been taking care of yourself.
We've had a lot of bleed events lately. I've been stretching our circles very thin to try and contain these issues. They've been growing exponentially in danger and potency. We don't know what's happening.
Well, we can only do what we can do. And as like I said during the war, as long as you're doing your best, then you're doing what you can.
Did this agent have any friends or anyone that they would share personal information with?
I believe she is still on the scene, or at least had been dispatched to the scene, last I heard. Her name is Farah Naftali. She works for the OUP, but she understands what the greater good needs.
I believe it would be prudent to have a conversation with this woman.
I will, I would say that Dawson Clark sent you, and she might be more open to speaking with you.
Where would we find this person?
I believe she is still dispatched at the morgue, at the scene of the incidents.
Then we should be off to the morgue then. How are you with dead people, lad? I don't know how well she knows how, so that's why I'm bringing that up.
Well, I suppose speaking with those at peace would be difficult, but the people walking around scare me more. They can move things.
Oh, so you're one of those. All right. Well, our work's cut out for us then. I'll deal with the physical people, and you can deal with the metaphysical. And she nods her head very assertively, like a little matron of her home. You know. Shall we be off then? Will you be needing anything before we go?
No, just make sure you are prepared for any kind of bleed that might be afoot at this particular location. Bodies and death seems to be the main issues here. So
she smiles at Justin Clark and says, "Oh, you know I'm always prepared.
yes.
Never leave the house without my goods, if you will."
Yes. All right. And so he bids you adieu and sends you on your way. All right, so you make your way to the morgue. As you approach the morgue, it took a little bit to get here because it is on the other side of the river. So you had to take the trolley to get there. And when you get to the morgue, you can see that normally there's just the one guard posted outside, but this time there are 3. So they've tripled their guard since this event took place, presumably the night before. And you can see a couple of OUP agents, and you recognize them as OUP agents by the way that they're dressed. They are very clean cut and not white, but kind of like a pale beige colored uniform. And they've got, I'm picturing like the little, almost not conductor hats, but kind of not military hats, but similar to that in terms of like a hat.
Little square caps, yeah.
Like the square cap.
Are we talking pillbox or pith?
I don't actually know what that is. Sorry.
Okay, never mind.
Well,
Then. Never
pillbox
mind.
is the little square hat. The pith is the one I haven't heard of.
The pith helmet, sort of the
Oh,
like the
yeah, that's not the one. That's
Okay.
not the one. It's probably closer to a pillbox hat,
Yeah.
but with what I'm thinking is like the one with the little with the brim.
with
Is that
brim.
correct?
Mm.
Yeah. So you can see them talking to the guards. Or what would you guys like to do?
Well, I think now's the time to come up with a bit of a strategy, because how are we supposed to get past those guards?
Well, I would assume that if they work for the organization, we can simply show them our credentials.
They don't work for our organization, I don't think. I think they're all strictly OUP, with the exception of our contact.
Well, I suppose we should speak with them first. And please excuse me. And Hal makes his way toward the guards. Are there anyone else around?
Audrey follows after, like, oh boy, this is gonna get good.
You do see, this is the morgue, so you do see a couple of people around the guards that are just kind of like listening in. You see an elderly woman in kind of like almost like a nightgown type of dress. Like, she's definitely not dressed for the weather, but they don't get cold, so it's,
This is very much not unusual for me.
And she's kind of like, she's looking at one guard in particular kind of fondly. And then there is a middle-aged gentleman. He looks a little rougher. It looks like he was probably killed during the war, so his face is not all there. He's got kind of the side of his face blown off and some teeth and bone and muscle on the side of his face exposed. And he is just trying to get like somebody's attention. Like, just kind of waving and like trying really hard to get one of their attention.
Well, I'll signal to the soldier. Yes, I'll signal to the soldier, and I'll beckon him to me.
He'll kind of like, in a motion that is not natural and very like smooth, not like someone walking, but like very just straight, he'll just quickly like almost rush up to you. You can see me. You can hear me.
Why would I not be able to?
These fools at the... Nobody has been answering my questions. I have to see my family.
Why not simply go home?
I'm all turned around. I don't know where I am. This isn't home.
Well, you're outside of the morgue. What would you ask the guards if they could pay attention? There's been a strange happening here, and they're a little busy with official business. But perhaps I could convey a message.
I just need directions to Red Lamp. I've never been to this part of New Fair before.
Oh. Simply directions across town?
Yes, I don't know the morgue.
Guffawed. I'm sorry, I'm a trifle deaf in this ear. And I point to the ear on the same side of my face as the gray eye. Would you mind repeating that?
My family is in Red Lamp. I just need to get back to them.
Wow.
My wife.
I suppose I could find that way to a map. I believe... would I have to make a roll to remember where that part of town is?
Yes, so let me... Probably
Do
because...
we have something similar to the help action in this game?
You can spend drives and
Oh,
give
okay.
them drives to add to their rolls. So it gives
I
them a
remember
higher
that,
chance
yes.
of getting a
Mhm.
success. Let's see. So this would be a focus roll to remember. Vixie, if you don't have any drives to spend, then you cannot give him any of your other nerve or cunning drives either.
I would have to roll a focus to remember,
The
huh?
drives are at the top on the right,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, for each
Okay.
of the 3 main abilities.
Okay, so I do have a drive to spend for nerve, if you'd like an extra die.
Sorry, I'm looking at the muscle sheet.
They're grayed out for nerve, is that correct? Or
Oh,
am I not
yes,
looking
for
at-
nerve. So it has to be an intuition drive since he's using
Yes.
focus.
Ah, I see.
Yes.
Sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you meant I could
No.
use one of those. Never mind.
No, so it has to be a
Mm.
drive in one of the 3 main abilities.
However, okay, well, that means I can look at Miss Whittinger?
Whittinger? Yes.
Whittinger, yes.
Mhm.
Miss Whittinger, would
Yes.
you happen to know the way to... What was the name of that part of town? He was kind of gruff.
Red Lamp is the name.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Would you know the way to Red Lamp?
Red lamp. I think I might. From here. And she thinks about it for a minute. And I think even as a housewife, I don't know how familiar she would be with Red Lamp, actually. Like, she would know where it is and that it exists, but it's not a place she would necessarily...
I know, I was going to say.
Yeah, I was like, That's not where a housewife would go.
Yeah.
So
You would know the general direction of where it's at, but like you've never actually been there, or you don't know like where specifically
Okay.
he's
Oh,
looking for in Red Lamp, but you would know where Red Lamp is
Oh,
in terms
okay.
of like the districts and stuff.
so she would give you the directions more or less, the
Well-
way she understands them.
Okay. Well, it sounds like, given the makeup of this city, I would say it would be to the southwest or the southeast. One would say. This is player asking.
Yeah.
I have facial expressions.
I am pulling up my map right now because there is a little map that they gave us.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't have specific district things. Yeah, so 9 Irons, and again, this is just where I am picturing things. 9 Irons is kind of in the northwest corner, and Red Lamp is in like the southwest corner. South Soffit is over on the east side of the city.
Okay. Would it be on the other side of the river?
No, so it's just south of where 9 Irons is at, which is where you guys are right now. So it's just it's like probably about half an hour to 45-minute of either a trolley ride or, I mean, he's a ghost, so I don't know if he would take the trolley or if he would
Audrey
walk.
doesn't know that Hal's asking for a ghost, so she's going to say, well,
Yes.
you'll take the trolley for about 45 minutes, and you'll go south, get off here, and you should be in Red Lamp. So I understand.
Thank you. Tell her thank you.
Thank you. Before you go,
Yes.
what kind of mood are those two guards in? They seem to be busy, I understand.
Yes, they were talking about some disappearance of some woman, something to do with bodies going missing. The people in the lighter clothes were talking to them about it, but they seem to be, I don't know, fairly forthcoming with them.
Thank you.
Yes. And he will, again, ghostly take off super fast out of there. And Audrey, you've just seen Hal talk to the air, ask you where Red Lamp is, and then say thank you.
And return to talk to the air.
Uh-huh.
She blinks twice and says, I did say you would handle the metaphysical, and I'll handle the physical. And she looks at the two guards and walks over.
Mrs. Whittinger?
Yes.
The guards in white have been asking questions about the same thing that we're here for. Considering that I just met you, is it possible that you could convince them that we are all part of the same organization, whether or not we are?
Well, I can certainly try. I can't make any promises, though. I'm not, I can't say that I'm the best at conveying I'm anything other than what I am.
Well,
But I might be able to get us inside. It is a morgue, after all.
I tend to only know two ways inside of one of these.
Well, let's go for the one where we're alive, then. And she walks towards these guards. And is there anything that I can tell about them as I'm walking up?
So the periphery guards are in kind of like a normal periphery guard uniform. One of them has kind of like that handlebar mustache type thing going on. And let's see, the other one, they're kind of like maybe in their mid 30s, like early 40s. And basically just average looking guys that look like they're just doing their job, keeping people out while investigations are happening.
Okay. She, like, in the 30 seconds that it takes her to walk up, she's crafting, like, her story to try to get past these guards. And she straightens herself up. She makes herself a little prim and recalls her time as a nurse in the Great War. And walks up and says, excuse me, sirs. I'm very sorry. My name is Nurse Whittinger. I'm assisting a Dr. Whittinger with a research paper, and I'm afraid it requires me to go to the morgue.
One of them kind of like toughens up a little bit, and what research would this be?
Well, sirs, and she motions back to Hal. Myself and my compatriot here, who is also working on this research paper with me, are looking into the decay of bodies at the morgue and how well they can be preserved.
Well, unfortunately, the higher-ups have ordered us to not let anybody into the morgue while they are investigating this disappearance.
Oh, I understand that, and I understand that you're very good at your job. However, I have it on good authority that Dr. Whittinger has special permission to review the bodies in this morgue.
All right, I'm going to have you make a sway roll for me.
Yay! I get to make another roll.
And Hal, if you want, if you have any points or drive in sway, all right, so that
cunning,
would be cunning.
Right? Yes.
You can spend that and give Audrey some extra help with that.
If I have no dots in sway bolded, that's just one dice, right?
So you would roll 2 and take the lower of the 2.
Take the lower of the 2.
Mhm.
Okay.
I have absolutely nothing in sway.
All right. Well, let's
I'm
hope for the best.
sociable.
Oh my
no.
God! It was a 5 and a 1.
Oh.
So 1.
Okay. The two like most persuasive characters in this whole thing are trying to schmooze the guards to get into this. So he kind of scowls and is like, I'm sorry, miss. Unfortunately, no exceptions, not even for someone with special permissions under any normal circumstances.
She takes a deep breath. She's like, sir, please, I'm asking you nicely one more time. Let me into the morgue.
So one of the OUP agents walks up, and this is
Oh no.
this is Farah Naftali. Oh wow, pronouncing names. Farah Naftali.
Mhm.
This is that contact that Dawson Clark told you about. And as a part of Candela Obscura, you have a little pin that has the symbol of Candela that you wear to identify yourself to other members. And because she is familiar with Candela, she recognizes that pin and walks up from talking to the third guard, which was kind of off to the side from where this main confrontation has been happening. And walks up and, isn't this a delight? Sorry, this young man and lady are with us, actually. They are field agents from another division that we called in. Apologies, the connections and communications are a little spread thin, so the authorization to let them in probably got lost somewhere.
Audrey looks at the guard and says, told you I had special permission.
You're just kind of like... And
But I would like to compliment you on your diligence.
Thank you, young man.
Although The old woman in the nightgown seems to be going in and out willy-nilly. You may want to look into that.
He just stares at you and is just like, for a second, and then shakes it off as like he's a strange kid. And
Audrey's kind of does this come here, Hal, and like starts kind of guiding him along with their guide, and looks back at the guard and says, "You know, with that attitude, you're gonna stay single forever." And leaves it at that, and like follows.
So you
And
leave
Hal
this
waves
there.
at the old woman.
She kind of like looks at him and waves back and goes back to staring at the guard. and like you can see her try to pat his shoulder, but obviously like there's no contact made, but she kind of pats his shoulder like, you did a good job there, son. And you make your way into the city morgue. Faro Naftali actually accompanies you to kind of help you get through any other issues that you might have with any other guards or anything that might be on the path down to the examination room. And as you walk with her, she kind of under her breath and quietly, so nobody else, like whoever else would be in the morgue, mentions, you must be the Candela agents that Dawson Clark sent to help investigate this. My name is Farah Naftali. It's a pleasure to meet you.
The pleasure's all mine. I'm Audrey Whittinger.
It is
She
very
looks
nice
to
to
Hal.
meet you.
Nice to meet you too, young man. So what has Dawson Clark told you about what has happened here?
Just that there's been an event, and he didn't go into too much detail. Only that we were to get here before others of different intention were to arrive.
Yes, I've tried to keep eons out of this as long as I can, and another person that I feel like I've seen him before, but maybe in my
person
mind.
trying to acquire properties that have bleed on them.
Yes, there's been I don't know his name, but a tall man with. Well, he usually has his dog with him. Very large Doberman. It's quite unnerving. It's unsettling, actually. But, you know, rich people and their proclivities. Yes, I've seen him at a couple other instances that I've been at, but I haven't seen him here yet, so hopefully he hasn't caught word of this either, before we can do our job. And she leads you down to the examination room, and you walk in, and it's slightly disheveled in there. There's some stuff that's been knocked over from the scene in the opening. And she walks over to one of the counters and points out a couple items on the counter that definitely don't belong to a normal medical office. And I am going to have Hal make a sense roll real quick for me.
Ooh.
Am I trying to attune, channel, or reveal?
Trying to reveal. And
Even better.
So that means I'm rolling 2 dice. Roll
And
2, keep 1. Yeah.
Roll 2, you'll take the highest result. You can also choose to use your gilded die on this roll because it's got the little diamond blacked out as well.
Mhm.
So if you spend any drives on this particular roll and you succeed on the gilded die, either a mixed success or a full success, you will get those drives back.
Well, yes. Why not use a gilded die? I'll go 1 and 1.
Okay.
And what's my target number again?
So 6 is a success, and
Of
so you
course.
go with the highest roll on either die. So
Yes.
6 is a success. 4 to 5 is a mixed success with consequences, and
All right, that's what it was.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a 5,
5.
but not on the gilded die.
Not on the gilded die.
Oh.
All right. So you immediately get the sense that, and there's a couple figures in the room, kind of typical for a morgue and what you see, but there is there's something off about them. Like, they're not normal spirits. They don't look normal. They look hollow and less human than most of the other ones that you see.
One would say gaunt.
Gaunt.
Hmm.
And as you're approaching the items on the table, you see one of these gaunt figures kind of snap its head towards where you guys are looking.
Hmm.
And on the table is a camera, and it's got some blood on it, and also something that looks like blood but isn't necessarily blood. Something that's slightly off. And a torn piece of a green jacket.
A torn piece of what?
A green jacket.
Okay.
And Farah walks up and points to these items and says, these are what we found of Miss Keller, her camera, and this must have been what she was wearing, as none of the other fabrics in this room match this greenish fabric. The blood is not normal blood. We've detected some bleed within the blood. And she points to a sheet on the ground. And it is the same one that the corpse was under that had the blood that had spread. So it's got this big red stain about this big where the head was. And it's kind of draped over the side of that, like something had literally got up and walked off the table. We've went through, but if you have any other way of figuring out what might have happened here, we could really use it. We're kind of stumped.
Have you attempted to ask your special agents?
Special agents?
The skinny ones that seem hungry. Right there.
She kind of...
I suppose I'll ask them. And what suggestions would you have? Hal asks the gaunt figure.
What could go wrong?
Like the very distinctive who you're talking to.
As Hal is doing this, Audrey turns to Farah and says, "You'll have to bear with us. He has a proclivity for talking to the metaphysical."
So
Uh,
that's generally who he's talking to when he's talking to the air.
okay. Dawson has mentioned that some people in Candela have more experience with supernatural things than others. Very well. And that gaunt figure doesn't speak, but it just looks at you. Its eyes are like super wide, and its mouth is kind of like open.
I understand. I too sometimes suffer from laryngitis. Thank you. And I walk back to Audrey. If they know anything, they're not speaking of it.
You do see it point underneath one of the tables, though, before you walk away.
And I go to look under the table.
Okay.
Please excuse me.
So I am still going to have you roll for this, but I'm going to give you an extra dice because as like a help action from the spirit. So I'm going to have you make a survey roll to search to see what might this thing be pointing to underneath the table.
Would I like to make a survey? Yes. Okay. Survey? I'm looking for the skill there.
So it'll be under the intuition.
I thought so. Oh, okay. Oh, this is great. It would be spot, but I have 0, so I have to make the Hail Mary roll.
You can also choose to spend drives. So those grayed out boxes are the drives that you have. And when you spend a drive, you can add a dice to your roll. So it looks like in that intuition under the weird, you have 6 drives. Once those are spent, though, they don't refresh until the end of an assignment.
Right.
They're kind of like spell slots almost in the way that you have to be a little careful on how you use them.
So
but
the Hail Mary dice are 2. You're adding 1 for the help from the spirit, and I can spend a drive?
Yes.
I like rolling lots of dice.
Yes. This game is very much for dice goblins because you just add dice and add dice to things.
What a sound. What a sound. This is why I go broke in Vegas.
Yes.
They don't like dice at the roulette table. Highest is a 5.
Woo!
Okay. Mixed success. So after some searching, there's definitely a lot of dust bunnies. It doesn't look like this morgue is cleaned very often, at least under the slabs. You see a small a bulge in the normally like flat floor, and as you reach underneath to go and grab it, you do feel something kind of wet and sticky in your hand as you pull out the notebook that she was writing stuff down in. And the notebook is covered in this red substance that's not blood necessarily.
It's covered in not blood necessarily. Okay.
And it's gotten a little bit on your hand and stuff from sliding under because there was some on the floor there. So I am going to have you take a bleed mark from that.
Oh no.
So once you hit 3 bleed marks, on your 4th one, you'll erase those and take a scar. So you want to make sure you're not too much exposing yourself to whatever this red substance is.
Out, damned spot. I believe something here I believe something in this book may be of assistance.
Oh, yes, what does it say?
Well, don't
And
handle it
I've
barehanded.
yet
Don't
to-
handle it barehanded, boy. She hands
Uh,
you a handkerchief before, even though she doesn't like actually realize that you've already got blood on your hands,
and
but or not blood. You will.
Yeah.
I pull out one of my own.
All right.
I appreciate the gesture. Although, given the nature of this, I do not believe that you would like to take this home on one of your own possessions.
Very well. I can't help it. I look after others as a habit. I am a wife and a mother, after all. And she puts
You
her
have
handkerchief away.
children. I
I
hope
do.
that you're very proud of them.
I am.
Every mother should be proud of their children. Perhaps one day all mothers will understand that.
Perhaps.
And I open the notebook while I hold it in my hand and not place it on a counter, the slab, or the floor.
Okay. So in the notebook, there's some scrawled writing, and it describes what she was looking for. She was looking for the evidence of bodies moving, and so written in there is a note about some disturbed materials and stuff that looked out of place. And then you can see that she had started writing a red stain on the sheet. The stain seems to be growing and getting larger. And then it kind of trails off to... It trails off, and it says a little bit lower, I don't think I should be here. And the here is kind of like, it was violently interrupted. Like she was, like, whatever it was ripped out of her hand.
Encouraging.
As you flip through, you get the name Robert Michelson.
Robert. Instantly, like notes.
Yep. And so that's at the top of the little flip book. Bought lumber mill. Bought an arms manufacturer. Bought morgue. Question mark.
Is Hal reading this out loud, or is it silent, like to yourself?
I'm mentioning the key points.
Okay.
Lumber mill.
Hmm.
Purple prose. At least she didn't write "they are coming. Now they are eating my leg." Arg.
Oh. Huh. Michelson. I've heard
Well.
that name before.
It seems that this Michelson would be the next step in our journey if we wish to talk to more people. But there is a lot written of the red spot that grows. Much like the one, and I take my red hand and I point at the slab. there.
You've also got it on yourself, lad. How do we know it's not going to grow on you?
We do not. So I suppose I'm committed to our mission for more than just the greater good at this point.
I will remind you guys, you do have gear that you can choose to have and just pull out at any point during the assignment. One of those is a bleed containment vial. So if you would like to contain it so Candela can study it later, you can take whatever is on Hal, or you can just leave it there and see what happens. But this is a good time to take a little break. And then we'll see what happens after that. So,
Yay!
I'll see you guys when you come back.
Woo!
Three-quarter sand. Sand is the viscous liquid thing that is on this world. Water exists, but it's deep below the surface. Hence why there's these floating plateaus of rock where civilizations are built actually have aquifers underneath them, which is what allows civilizations to exist. So yeah, you guys are all located on the city-state of Roshan, which happens to be the smallest of the plateaus, but also the seediest.
Every time I play a game with Bex, Bex is playing a child.
Yeah, you're right, Alder is a child.
No, not just Alder.
Oh my god.
Not just Alder. Skip was before Alder. Why are all these characters' names start with an A and they're all children? Listen,
You
that
don't
is
unpack
something
that.
for you to unpack.
When we did the mini campaign initially, I was only ever planning this as a mini campaign. Like, it was never supposed to be anything more than that. And it brought me so much joy when the players of the game said, you should really turn this into a campaign.
And welcome back. Hope you all have had a nice little break, got your snacks, got your drinks, went to the bathroom, because we're about ready to strap into the next part of Candela Obscura here on Weal or Woe. So we last left off the two members of this particular circle were investigating the morgue and found some unsettling red substance on a notebook left by the victim of a recent disappearance. And yeah, so I again remind you do have bleed containment vials. So if you would like to collect this, clearly what this is, bleed, for either Dawson Clark or people that work in the chapter house to do some more research on, we can do that, or however else you would like to proceed. What would you guys like to do next?
I suppose it would be the wise thing to collect this for examination. As tempted as I am to leave it here to see what it would do.
I'm inclined to agree. We don't want any negative effects from this to surprise us later.
As you say that, you can kind of see the substance like slowly move on his hand just a little bit, just slightly, like almost not like visible, but it's just enough that it's like you know that you saw something.
Audrey takes a deep breath, reaches into her purse, and pulls out her bleed containment unit thing, and holds it out to Hal. Oh, why don't you put that in a safe place? At least for now.
I suppose transport would be easier in some sort of containment. And Hal then uses the specified method for containing something with the vial that he learned after his transfer to Candela Obscura.
All right. So you get it in, and it takes a second for the containment vial to work on it, and it kind of like almost pulls it off your hand, like like the silly putty. It's kind of like that, but a little bit more gelatinous and a little bit more and it's like a deep dark red as it pulls into the vial, and you close it, and it kind of seems to move on its own inside the vial because it's like a clear little vial, and it's kind of just like almost squirming around a little bit for a second before it stops.
2 bags full. And I believe this belongs to you? The container, I mean.
It does. I can hold it on my person for safekeeping, or if you'd like, you can put it in a pocket, if you'd rather. Hold on to it, that is.
I believe your bag would be the safer place. If it were in my pocket, should I fall, bad things may happen.
That's a good point. Give it here. And she takes it from Hal and puts it in her little clutch purse.
All right. So after seeing this, Farah, she knows about the methods that Candela uses, but since she's not trained, she's not exactly sure what just happened, but assumes that you know what you're doing. Well, I should get back to the guards outside. My partner out there probably is wondering where I've been. If you have any other issues with any kind of guards or anybody, personnel at the morgue, just let me know. I will help them out, or I will help you out, convince them that you are meant to be here. Hopefully you find something. Good luck. And
of course, thank you.
She will nod her head at both of you and walk out of the examination room. So if you would like to look anywhere else in the room, if you want to, maybe...
Oh, yeah. I would like to look at the items left behind and
Okay.
see if there are any clues to be gleaned from them.
Yeah, I'm glad you went there before I did, because some things that are not normal to see, some tools that are not normal to see inside a morgue.
Right.
Yeah, so this is a Victorian setting, so a lot of the tools of the trade back then were what we would nowadays call gruesome, but they were very normal back then. But there are some that are more similar to the types of tools that Candela uses in their research and understanding of bleed than normal tools for the day. There is a couple syringes of what seems to be a glowing substance. There's a couple different bits and bobs. One it's kind of like a hook, like it's a prong, almost like to pull a mouth open after rigor mortis is set in. So because it freezes, you have to force it, but the end of it looks a little different than what, I don't know if you guys would know what regular morgue tools look like, but they don't seem very...
Yeah, she should.
Yeah, I have a question about that, actually. Would I be familiar with what they should look like because of my background as a wartime nurse?
Yes, actually, you would definitely notice that some of these things here are not normal medical tools seen on the battlefield or in normal everyday morgues. A lot of these tools are more, like I said, the more metaphysical kind of examination tools. Some of the the gloves are thicker than what they should be.
Right.
That kind of a thing. They're just slightly off.
And what about the evidence that's left behind, the camera and the other items that were left by this girl?
So the camera just has regular blood. There was a little bit of this red substance on it that is no longer on there. It seems to have moved.
Well, that's a good sign. Was there any film in the camera?
Yes, there is film in the camera. You would have to travel to somewhere that would be able to process that film if you were to look at the pictures that she took. Most likely it would be the newspaper, since that's where most of that stuff gets printed anyway. There might be something back at the chapter house, but your best bet might be the newspaper. And the torn piece of fabric looks like it's from a petticoat, like a jacket type thing. And it looks to be the pocket that this notebook probably was tucked into. That was torn off.
So I think Audrey is going to carefully remove the film from the camera and hold it out to Hal and say, "You're not the only one who can see the unseen. Let's see what this holds as well," and puts it into her clutch purse.
I never implied that I could, or that I was. I'd like to take a look at where the bleed was on the slab. Is it still there?
There are remnants of it on the slab. These slabs have a drain at the end of them. And they also can be kind of hoisted up slightly at an angle, so the blood will drain down into those drains and then drain into a pipe that goes into the floor, presumably to the basement or something like that. And it looks like this slab, it's all the way down, but it looks like everything had been drained before except for this one spot of red. It's not like as big as it was on the cloth, but there's still like a decent, like maybe $50 sized spot of it on the slab. There's also, I forgot to mention this before, there's also another body, and like this one is just like a normal body on another slab. And it is just, it's covered with like a same white sheet. It doesn't have any kind of red spot on the mouth like this one sheet does. So it looks like it was just on this particular body that this happened.
Fascinating.
And the body that had the stain is gone, right?
Yes, that body
It's
is
just the
nowhere
sheet.
to be found. It's just the sheet
Right.
to indicate that there was a body here at one point.
Interesting. According to the guards, no one is allowed into the building. I propose a theory, as unusual as it may sound. Perhaps the body was not stolen.
What, instead of being stolen, what do you think happened?
Well, in cases of bleed, strange things happen. Some people get strange teeth. Others feature burn marks on them. I seem to be hypothesizing the effects of a large amount of concentrated bleed. Perhaps the woman we're looking for left under her own motor skills.
So you think that the substance mind controlled her? What about the
Or
corpse?
animated the corpse, possibly. It wouldn't be unknown.
It wouldn't.
Well,
It wouldn't, but where would we find the corpse?
not
suppose is the
unknown
question.
for someone wearing clothing to exit a building.
Do you think the guards would have noticed someone with a torn pocket? Or in a green coat?
It is a possibility they would notice someone dressed unusually trying to enter. But if one is paid to make sure that no one enters, are they as diligent upon someone leaving?
That's exactly what I'm asking. If you're saying that the girl left of her own will, then someone would have left here with a torn coat pocket. And she motions to the green fabric that's on the table. That's her way of recognizing her.
I suppose we could ask them.
We can also get the film developed too and see if there's any clues there as well. But I'm not sure that there's much more to be gained from lingering here, other than putting ourselves in danger unnecessarily.
I agree.
Well, this will be off then. And she, as she walks by the body with the sheet still on it, she gives it a pat and goes, "Rest in peace there," and leaves.
As you walk out of the door, you see coming down the hallway a very tall figure being escorted by a slightly shorter man with red hair, wearing a typical doctor's long coat with like buttons in the front, some stains on it. And they seem to be talking to each other in hushed whispers. And they see you come out. And they stop. And then walk up to you. And this super tall figure has a very like clean cut appearance. His cheeks are kind of sunken in a little bit. Very sharp features. And he's wearing a suit, and he's got a strange symbol around like kind of a collar looking thing. And he is wearing shades, so little sunglasses, which is odd because it's inside, so you can't read his eyes. So he's just got a furrowed brow.
So, as they approach, Audrey sees them coming and says to Hal, "Eyes up, hide your pin." And she like discreetly kind of puts her coat lapel over to cover her Candela pin, and clutches herself close as if she hasn't done anything wrong. She's supposed to be here, dang it, and turns to face these people.
I'd like to analyze the symbol that he's wearing from afar.
Okay. Go ahead and make a focus roll. These stakes are kind of high, as you...
it's a focus roll, you said?
Yeah, so...
I have no drives to give you, I'm sorry. I'm so ready.
Okay, at this point, I will use a drive.
Okay. And remember that it looks like that is one of the ones that you can use your gilded die on, so you can possibly get a drive back if you use your gilded die. You don't have to. It's just an option every time. Like that, the gilded stuff doesn't get expended in a way that
yes.
Like the drive do.
A 6 on the gilded die.
Nice. Okay, so you get your drive back.
Woohoo.
And Vixie, if you would have given him a drive, he would have also gotten a drive back. That's okay.
I don't have a drive to give.
I don't have a drive to give. Yeah, that's okay.
Just rub it in. You know that salt, that wound? Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome. Okay.
Oh, you're not very I think I'll make an investigation check as well. No, I'm kidding.
That's a different game. God. Anyway.
Not playing that game. Okay, so you see this symbol, and it is one that you know very well. It is the symbol of the oh gosh, sorry, gotta go back into my notes.
The esoteric order?
Yes, of the esoteric order that your parents were a part of.
Ooh.
Okay.
And
In which case?
Recognize that.
In which case, I adjust my ring to show said symbol. And as we walk by, I give him a blank stare and a nod.
He kind of nods, and you know what? I'm gonna roll something because I want to roll dice too.
Yay!
So,
Hail Hydra. Okay.
That's exactly what this is. No. Okay.
Panic's like, oh god.
Right. Okay. Okay. Well, so he nods and doesn't like look at you, but he nods as well. Doesn't even like turn his face or anything. But the doctor, who you can only assume is the mortuary assistant, pauses for a moment and looks back and looks up at the man and then looks back and is confused and wonder, like, you can tell that he's wondering if he should say something or not. And then he calls out, "Excuse me, may I ask what you were doing in my examination room?"
Leaving.
That's a mighty fine way to greet someone.
Well, I don't recognize you, and there is some highly sensitive objects in that room.
Nurse
I'd very
Whittinger,
much like to know what you were doing in there.
Special permission, of course, to look at the cadavers there. We were just investigating those special things that you were talking about. You'll get my report when it's time. And she tries to hurry herself and Hal off and away.
The man is about to call back out to you and question you more about what you've been doing there. And a hand is put on his shoulder by the taller gentleman. And he just immediately freezes up and clears his throat and just nods and heads back, and they continue walking into the direction where you just came from. If one or both of you would like to make a read check to see if you can glean anything else about the body language, like what that was about.
I'm good.
Okay.
I'll do it. I have a one circle bolded in read, so do I roll two
Okay.
dice? Or do I roll one? Wait, well, or do I roll two and take the highest? Is that how it works?
You'll roll 2 and take the higher of the 2, I believe.
Okay.
Because if you don't have any, 2 and take the lower. So I think if you just
Okay,
have
it's
one.
the other way around. Got it. Oof, that's a 4.
Okay. Yeah, the mortuary attendant just looked like he was basically kind of put in his place. Nothing more about what that was. You can really glean. Oh, excuse me. You can't really glean anything else from that. But you definitely could tell that he was speaking out of turn with that. And yeah, so you continue making your way back through the morgue. And where are you headed off to next?
As they're walking, Audrey says, "We should get these photos developed at the paper, I think. Would be best. So at least we'll get to see what this girl saw in her last moments."
We should also contact our supervising agents. We just got confirmation as to who is behind this.
You think it was that man?
No, I'm sure of it.
Oh. Well, we should make that should also be an order of business. I suppose the question is, which do we do first?
Have you ever heard of the Esoteric Order of New Science?
Vaguely. I haven't interacted with them much. But I've heard of them through our mutual organization.
Sadly, Mr. H was afraid that it was them. And now an investigator is here, working in tandem with the mortuary assistant.
That was an investigator of theirs.
One could say that. As he turns the symbol on his ring to the other side so it doesn't show.
Do I catch that at all, or am I just?
If you want to go ahead and make a, let's see. I think that's
I
still.
would say that's a read.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, I was
that's
gonna say that's a read, right?
And if Hal, if you want to make a hide check, if you're trying to be discreet about that and not let her do that.
Oh, I'm good. I'm good.
That's great because I got a 6 on the die.
Okay. Yeah, you definitely see that same symbol that was on this man's.
I mean, are they
collar.
outside of the morgue by now?
Oh yeah.
Uh,
I wouldn't have started the conversation.
Way outside. The 3 guards are still out there, but the OUP agents are no longer there. They've conducted whatever business they're going to finish up. But the one guard that let you in and was talking to you, when you walk by, he looks at Hal and is just like, like he was so shocked, and now he's trying to like hold his composure. Like,
excuse me for a moment, he says to Audrey. Were you the guards on duty last night?
No, there was only one guard on duty last night. He was relieved of duties after the incident was reported.
Yes. When you say relieved, do you mean he is no longer employed at your organization?
That is correct.
Interesting. Thank you. And Hal will look at the other guard.
Okay.
You're a very fortunate man.
What do you mean by that?
Your mother is very proud of you and very loving, I can tell. Not all of us have that luxury. Have a good day, gentlemen. My associates inside with the dark glasses may need to be reminded whether or not they've forgotten something inside. Would you do them the service of helping them to remember in case they come out?
Yes. You mean Mr. Michelson?
Yes, I do.
Well, my apologies for assuming and not allowing you in earlier. Associates of Michelson are one of those rare exceptions to...
I will touch his shoulder and not break eye contact. You are very good at your job, and you are only doing what you were assigned to do. An apology is not necessary.
Yes, very well. Have a good day.
Goodbye.
He definitely blinked many times during that whole interaction. He's like, okay.
Before they leave, Audrey actually does joins Hal after he looks like he's finishing up this conversation. She's noted the ring. She's not bringing it up right now. And she says to the guard, just out of curiosity, did anyone tell you about someone leaving with a torn coat?
We were not
missing a pocket, perhaps.
We were not informed of anyone leaving the facility last night. No.
Oh, good, wonderful. I just had a quick question about that. That's all.
Of course.
Anyway, we'd best be off.
Yes. Good day to you both.
And please do not forget, to make sure that my associates did not forget anything, even if you have to walk them back in to search a second or third time.
Of course. Okay.
Well, Hal, the trolley waits for no one. We should get going.
I agree.
All right. So where are you guys headed now?
Ooh, we still
To the
didn't.
newspaper, or are you
Are
headed
Are there
chapter?
any ways to send messages to the chapter from where we are, or do we have to physically go there?
So there are kind of in the way that you got your letter delivered this morning. There are ways
Mhm.
to. There's probably like children and stuff that run errands and stuff like that for money. I forget what it's not a newsie because that's a very specific thing, but it's similar to that where they just run errands for people.
Okay. Well, I suppose I'll make a little note on my investigative notepad.
The one that's red and dripping? Okay.
Mine, not hers.
Okay, just checking.
Gotta clarify,
Here you go, kid. Take some of this there.
Look at the fresh stuff, mister.
Wow, thanks, mister.
Oh, God.
Okay, so I'll just make a quick note of Dr. Michelson, the Esoteric Order of New Science, and bleed has been found and contained. And I wave down a street urchin if I can.
There's a group of a few of them kind of in an area by like a fountain or something that's in the area, and when you wave one of them down, Scruffy has short blonde hair and definitely dirtied, and is wearing like clothes that are obviously too big for him but found to them, and runs up. Yes, mister, what can I do? What can I do for you?
I look over at Audrey. I have an idea.
What kind of idea do you have?
Child, how would you and your friends and he pulls out his bag of gold. How would you and your friends like one of these each?
Oh, that would be very kind of you, sir.
Well, for you, I would like you to take this note to the address that is marked on it.
Of course, I can definitely do that.
And to the rest of your friends, coin, one coin for each of them.
They all come just like rushing up, like.
If a large skinny man in dark glasses comes out of that building, I would like all of you to surround him and to beg loudly and as obnoxiously as possible for money from him, over and over and over, for as long as you feel safe to do so.
Yeah, okay.
And to make absolutely sure that your begging prevents him from going any further than this fountain. Can you do that?
Yeah, we can do that. What if he gives us the money that we're begging for? What do we do then?
Then ask for more.
Oh,
and
okay.
The more that he gives you, the more insistent you should become.
Okay.
But remember, only as long as you feel safe. If it doesn't feel safe anymore, you're free to go.
And a little girl chimes up. Well, my big brother will protect me. I always feel safe with him around.
You are very fortunate. I
And
myself have no siblings.
Oh,
Here. And he throws in an extra copper for the little girl, so that you may get yourself a sweet treat.
oh, thank you. And she kind of tugs on one of the other boys' jackets, and he kind of just like ruffles her hair and smiles at her, and they all just go rushing off, and they kind of hang out by the fountain. And the one that you sent off to do errand goes off in the direction of South Soffit, towards the chapter house.
The expression
Shall
on
we-
Audrey's face is very soft at the moment because she's reminded of her own children at
Yeah.
home.
Mhm.
Yes.
Shall we to the paper then? That may buy
Right.
us some time.
Righto, yes. That was actually an excellent idea. But we should get going.
So you head off to the newspaper, right? That is where we are going. So
That's correct. You're going to the newspaper to try to get these photos developed.
So, let's see. The newspaper is located in the Red Lamp, actually. At least in this version of New Fair that I have crafted. Don't know if that's actually where it's located. So, you make your way across across New Fair, south towards the Red Lamp district, and you're taking the trolley. You might have to walk a couple blocks here and there. It's kind of the general. There's not a trolley going everywhere, So, as you're walking through one of the streets to get to a trolley that takes you through the Red Lamp to the other side where the newspaper is located, you're walking, and down an alleyway, you see some kind of dark shape. And it looks almost humanoid, but it is a little bit bigger than a normal human. Moving kind of strange and odd. And can one or both of you give me a
Oh no.
a survey check?
Survey check. Okay.
Ooh.
Survey is intuition. I've got 2 in survey, so does that mean I roll 2 dice or 3 dice?
So you would roll
There's
2
two.
dice with the survey.
With the 2 bolded circles?
Yes.
Okay.
Whenever it's just 1, that's when we add an extra 1 to take the higher or lower.
Okay.
Just so we have enough dice to roll.
Gotcha.
And yeah, I'm back on the Hail Mary roll.
Well, I wanted to make sure because it's only the ones that have the diamond grayed out that you can use the gilded die for, right?
Yes.
Right.
When the diamond thing is grayed out, that's gilded.
Okay, so that's a 4 on the die for me.
Ooh.
Okay.
I got 1 6, a 6 and a 1.
Hey.
It adds up to 7.
Hey.
All right. So, Audrey, you don't quite notice this, but how your senses kind of help you in this area, trying to see, because you can see the supernatural. You can tell that the bleed, the red substance that you encountered in the morgue, is dripping out of this thing's mouth.
Oh no.
And you can see that it's slowly like hunkering towards you down the alley. Doesn't look like it has a direction necessarily, like it's totally noticed you yet. But what would you like to do with that information?
Are we in the alley or on the sidewalk that leads to the alley?
You're on the sidewalk that leads to the alley.
Okay. Well,
And you both happen to glance that way because you heard a noise, and that's what I thought.
I grab Audrey by the arm
Mm-hmm.
and pull her back.
Back,
Which
like,
arm do you
yeah,
grab?
I was
Just
gonna
out of
say,
curiosity.
yeah, which arm?
Well, I would say I'd be grabbing the left arm because a gentleman walks on the outside of a lady.
Okay. When you
And-
you
Yes.
that does not feel like a real arm to you. Feels a
That's
lot more
something I'll
solid.
have to address later. However,
Yeah, she's had her hands like gloved and kind of at her sides this whole
Yeah,
time.
gloved in it, like in front of her, very prim,
Mhm.
clutching her purse. She doesn't really, but so address later. And
Okay.
Audrey goes, "What is it?"
come this way, please. And I kind of put my back against the wall in the please don't see me kind of way that you
Mhm.
see in many movies.
So Audrey, now that Hal has pointed out, not necessarily pointed out, but made you aware that something is happening, you can hear the shuffling in the alley getting closer. And this thing is getting closer and closer. And then it stops. And you don't hear it for a second. And then another passerby that doesn't know what's going on walks right in front of the alley. And this thing comes out and grabs her and pulls her down the alley. And you see it now more in the light. It is human, but it is a little bit more gaunt, and that red that's coming out of its mouth, you see it running out of its ears, this red substance. You see a hole in its head, and that red substance is also running out of its the hole in its head down its face. And its eyes are reddish, like bloodshot. And it's got just kind of like almost like a rabies like wildness to the eyes. And this creature is completely nude, and it's just long and lanky, and it looks like one of the hollow-faced spirit creatures that Hal saw in the morgue.
Audrey
But
sees
physical.
this. Right.
Hal, you had a question about the ghost blade?
Yes.
Yeah, I can't seem to find in the rules whether once I turn the ghost blade on, am I the only one allowed to use it, or can I give it to someone with more savvy?
So it's attuned to you.
Okay. All I needed to know.
You can't attune a ritual knife to yourself. So it's attuned to you. So once it leaves your hand, it's no longer active. You will have to take another body mark and attune to it again. If you were to like stick it in something and leave it.
Well,
that's a fine mess we've gotten ourselves into then, haven't we, Hal? At this point, you notice that Audrey is starting to remove her coat, and she's just kind of like letting it drop to the ground, and she removes her cameo pin from her collar, and like drops that, and says, "I think we're gonna have to do something about this, or innocent people are gonna die." And she rolls up she unbuttons her shirt and actually pulls both arms out of her shirt and since the shirt is tucked into her skirt, because this is the 1800s.
I fail to see how removing our clothing will accomplish that.
She's not actually like wearing your typical under things. She is corseted, but over the corset is like a white wife beater type of, or sleeveless shirt. It's like a wife beater is the same. It's the same silhouette. It's sleeveless.
More of a tunic?
White. Yeah, kind of a tunic.
Mm.
And as she takes it off, you realize that the arm you grabbed was metal. She had the entirety of her left arm from shoulder to
okay. I was just
from shoulder to
confirm
hand.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
Okay.
is
Hal is a little
metal.
shocked and confused as to what's happening here.
She does this with her hand, just to make her metal hand, just to make sure that everything is working properly, and then patiently removes the leather glove as well. And she's like, "Things are gonna get messy, so I'm gonna ask you to steer clear and do your best to do damage when you can. Do you understand, Hal?"
Yes, I believe I do.
I'll explain after the danger is past. I know you're a little confused right now. This isn't the way a typical person is built.
Hal literally blinks.
For the first time this whole time, he blinks.
Just like, I think Hal blue screened and restarted. But
this thing is tearing this lady down the alleyway while you guys are having this conversation.
So,
and she's just
how
screaming
far away am I from this situation? Is my question.
So at this point, by the time that you took off the top part of your clothes to reveal the arm, I would say it's probably a good 30 to 50 yards down the alley.
Okay.
So you kind of got to walk and chase after it in order to
not
go after it.
It depends on your rulings of what on firearms. Do I have to get up close and personal, or do I need to? Can I try to fire it from here?
I guess in terms of a firearm, what is this based off of? Is it a shotgun?
It would be
is
based
it a rifle?
off of. Essentially, it's a sawed-off shotgun.
Okay, so you would have to get a little bit closer than where you're at to do decent damage with it, because of just with a shotgun.
Sure.
Closer is usually a little bit better.
Okay, so she looks back at Hal, she gives him a nod, and then runs directly at this thing, and points her arm at it as soon as she gets close, and a little compartment in it opens. It's steampunk, so it's got like little gears and things. It's not like high tech or sci-fi. It's just a little like steam powered situation going on, and fires a little like sawed off shotgun pops out of the top of her forearm, and she fires at it.
Okay, go ahead and make a strike roll.
Strike, which I have like super duper stuff in. I actually am going to choose to roll a gilded die, I think, for strike. Yes, I have a gilded die for strike. So does that mean I roll 3 instead of 2, or just 2 and 1's a gilded?
So 2 and 1's a gilded, and then you can add extra drives to that.
I do have a drive in there. Can I add a drive to that?
Yeah, you can add a drive. You also have resistances, and I don't think we've used those yet, but basically, if you fail, then you can re-roll equal to your action rating by spending a resistance. So
so is that 3 dice then with the drive?
3 dice with the drive, yes.
Okay, and do I take the highest of the 3?
And depends on what you roll on that gilded. If you want the gilded to get that drive back, or if you want to take the highest of the roll, that's up to you.
Okay, got it. Oh man. It's not a good day for me. I'll take the gilded. It was only a 2, but at least to get my drive back.
Okay. And again, you do have, I think you have 2 resistance points in nerve, so you can spend a resistance points to re-roll 2 of those dice if you want to try to re-roll.
I would like to do that, actually.
Okay.
Is the gilded included in that, or is it regular dice?
Actually,
I would imagine that it would be only the regular dice.
I think it's only the regular dice. Yeah.
Yep. Just in case.
Yes.
No harm in asking.
Oh, hold on. There we go. If that action is gilded, you may choose one of the gilded dice to reroll. So you can reroll the gilded dice.
Okay.
I had to double check that because I was like, I couldn't remember.
I just realized I was rolling the same dice as before, and I was like, no, those guys give up. I'm going to try new dice. All right. Ooh, 6 on the gilded. Yeah.
So you get your drive back, and
yes.
you,
I spend a resistance.
Yep, and you spend a resistance. So now you only got 1 resistance left in nerve.
Yes.
And all of those abilities don't reset until after your assignment. And when you do all the other stuff. But we're not doing that because this is only a short thing.
Yes.
So describe to me like how she fires off. Does she like steady her arm and then fire, or does she like cock it?
No, that arm, like you can tell from this woman she has done a very good job of creating the illusion of a portly middle-aged woman. The reality is that she had arm day did not miss her. So the recoil from the gun is, you can tell her body has been trained to handle it. She does not need to study herself that much at all. She just needs time to take careful aim and fire off. And even you can see in her stance, like she is trained with this arm, something fierce. She knows what she's doing. The recoil and the force that's behind it is something that she has mastered.
Okay. So this fires off and you hit this thing square in the chest. And it immediately drops the woman who at this point has taken she's been dragged through an alley, so she's got scrapes all over her face. She's definitely bleeding pretty heavily from her head from when she fell on the ground when this thing grabbed her. But it doesn't look like it has taken any kind of attacks on her yet. Like it was bringing her somewhere to probably eat later. So she's dropped and she just kind of lays there just in like a fetal position, not a fetal position, but just like plays dead basically. As this thing coils in pain, and you see that red substance and it kind of just spreads out and covers this thing's chest that where the shotgun blast hit. It's not quite out, but it is running away because it's like, oh shit, what I was gonna come do, I've been interrupted in, and this is not gonna go well for me. So it takes off and it finds a manhole cover, and it that has been taken off. So clearly that's where it came from, and it basically goes back to where its den is. And it runs down and disappears out of sight.
Audrey curses under her breath, because there's no way she's not going to give chase and leave Hal and this injured lady behind. So once she's sure that they're gone, like they're not going to pop up anywhere, she turns back to Hal and says, looks like they got away for now. Can you help me with her, please? And she goes towards the woman that's unconscious.
So the woman, at this point she has passed out, but she seems to be fairly stable. Go ahead and make, let's see. Make a one or both of you can make a focus roll to inspect her and see like what her injuries are.
Okay. I got nothing in this house, so please help me out.
I'd like to analyze.
Okay.
If for nothing else, to make sure none of the bleed is coming out of her.
And I do apologize. I told you to make a strike roll. It should have been a control because that has shoot in it, but that is okay.
Oh, oops.
That was my bad.
That's okay. It's your game. You're the DM. You decide.
Yeah. Don't come for me, people.
It's okay. We know what it is.
Okay.
I got a 5.
Got a 5. Okay. Hal?
I also got a 5
Okay.
and a 4. Yeah, just a 5.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Hal, it doesn't look like there is any of the bleed on her. It looks like all of this blood is her own and is normal, everyday human blood. And the place where this creature grabbed her, it looks like it was kind of like claws that had kind of ripped a little bit, but like there's no bleed in that you can tell. Audrey, you were making a focus roll for what specifically? Like, what are you looking for?
You told us one or both of us to roll for focus.
So. Okay, you get the same thing, but with your medical training, you know that this woman needs a hospital desperately, or else she will probably die. Because the extent of her injuries is pretty vast for an everyday normal person that hasn't been, trained to take these kinds of blows. Yeah.
Do I know where the nearest hospital would be here?
We are in the Red Lamp. I think, the nearest hospital, or at least the nearest accredited hospital, isn't in the Red Lamp. There is hospitals over in Silver Slip, has some hospitals in it, and the Shriveline also has like a couple small clinics and stuff in that area. In the Red Lamp, there is probably some under the table kind of doctors'
a barber
offices.
or two.
Yeah, a barber surgeon, if you will. But that would probably be the only one that you might know of. Go ahead. Make I'm gonna have you make another focus roll to remember if
Okie dokie.
you know it, being of the medical field, if you know of any places
that are in. This is a focus roll, right?
Yeah.
All right. Oof, it's a 2.
Ooh.
I remember Jack.
Yeah. So unfortunately, you don't know where this hospital could be at. So your best bet is to find a guard. Say this woman was attacked, but you didn't see the attacker, or however you want to twist the tale to explain away her injuries, and have him take her to wherever the periphery would know where a hospital was. Yeah. Words.
She looks at Hal and says, Hal, we need to find someone to help this woman to a hospital, but I can't exactly ask like this.
Hal is very much not looking at her.
It's a white tank top, it's fine.
Not in a Victorian-esque setting.
I know.
True, this is very much like...
Especially not to my social class.
Yes.
I agree. I shall find the local constabulary while you make yourself presentable.
Audrey nods. Audrey knows. Vivian's just laughing because but yeah. But yeah. So, and Audrey starts like putting her shirt on and putting herself back together. She makes sure the woman is fully stable first, and then starts tending to herself and getting her like arm covered back up, basically.
Okay. So after that, you've gotten yourselves cleaned up. Hal, you have found a officer and have let him know what happened, kind of. And you continue making your way to the newspaper.
The player is hoping against hope that the officer I found was an actual living human.
Yes.
Oh my
Yes,
god.
That could get really awkward.
Oh my gosh. No, this is a living officer. Because you saw him talking to another person.
My point stands. Okay.
Yeah, true. Yeah.
That's a GM call. Feel free to make a 50-50 roll.
Yeah. You know what?
Oh no. It could be a ghost.
Let's see. Yeah, it's definitely a real person. I rolled a 20 on a 20-sided die, so it's definitely a real person. A living person, I guess I should say.
I'll let you know, I would have played it out the same way.
Either way.
I told a police officer and they said they're on their way. And now we should go.
Yeah.
Leaving the poor girl to die in an alley alone.
By the time Hal has gotten back, she's all put together again. She's got her little cameo pin back in place and everything. She's makes sure that the girl is somewhat comfortable. And she looks at Hal and says, "All right, good. We should get going then. Unfortunately, we can't stay and wait for the officer because they escaped down the manhole. I don't know if you saw."
Hal is very much still not looking at Audrey.
She is dressed now, though.
I agree.
Yes, but
and it would not be prudent for us to be here, given that we may be the primary suspects if there is an investigation.
I hear you. Let's go. And she gets up and starts walking towards
the manhole.
Towards the manhole.
Okay. So you head towards the manhole, and it's a typical manhole. It's got a ladder, luckily. This one does. Sometimes they don't. So this one has a ladder, so you'll make your way down into the manhole, and it's fairly in here once you get past the beam of light that the manhole has allowed in this very dark sewer area. And you can see, because you wounded this creature so much, you can see the trail of blood, and there is some bleed mixed in with that, leading down to the right, down past a corner that turns off.
We may need a larger containment vessel.
We should have asked for one before we left.
He did offer.
Audrey just like is carefully navigating her way around the blood, trying to avoid little pockets of bleed.
So you follow the trail, and you get to a kind of large chamber, and this is you're really disoriented down here because it's dark and you're not exactly sure, weaving and dodging, following this trail, where you were going. And you end up in this large chamber, and this one looks like is somewhat of a serviceable chamber, so people come down here to service any of the drains and pipes and everything that lead throughout this whole area. So there is little lamps. I can't remember. They didn't have electricity quite yet, or did they? I think the
1890s they did, but there was a lot of there was electricity in the really metropolitan areas, but it was still mostly gaslight.
Mostly gas. Yes. Okay.
And we're in a sewer.
And we're in a sewer. Yeah. So there's definitely not electricity, like electrical lamps down here. So there is good old-fashioned sconces with candles for lighting and a very, very, very faint light down here, and the tunnel that leads directly in front of you, you see the creature kind of hunched over, and it's not moving. And then you hear something down the corridor to the right. And it's something that you've heard before. It's steps. Like they're fancy shoes with steel-toed heels. Not steel-toed. Wow, steel-toed heels. Steel heels. And you see the figure of Robert Michelson come out of the corridor on the right. And he goes towards the creature. And he kind of kneels down. And he says, "Well, that's a shame. Arden!" And he shouts back, and another figure steps out, and it's the mortuary assistant. Looks like our friends have left a little bit of a mess for us to clean up. Are you guys going to do anything? Because at this point, you're probably, like, not quite in earshot.
Audrey is going to immediately, like, as soon as she sees this happen, kind of try to hide. So she can hide and listen to just kind of see what's going on, and hopefully Hal will take a tip and do the same, but that's what she's gonna do.
Okay.
And you can hear her say softly, like, "Damn it all to hell," and like make herself as small as possible and hide like in a corner so that she's not seen.
Okay. Hal, are you gonna follow suit?
Yes, but I'm gonna quietly take out my knife.
Okay.
And make a cut across my palm.
Okay. So both of you go ahead and make hide checks for me.
Hide checks. Whoa. Okay. Right. To save our own hides. Okay. I actually have a drive in cunning, so I'm going to use that for this hide, actually.
And I would like to specialize in sneaking.
Okay.
5 on the die for
5 on the die. Okay.
And I have a 5 on my golden die.
Your golden die.
Nice. You get your drive back.
So, you both are fairly hidden. You do, they do not see you at this moment. How you've made this cut, and the blood. So go ahead and take a body mark, because that's what this knife does.
Yes, will do so.
The blood almost kind of blackens on the blade, and there is a slight, a faint remnant of some kind of like supernatural essence to this blood. Like this, the blade, the magic of the blade mixed with your blood, and now you have a knife that can wound magical beings and ethereal enemies. So so Michelson and Arden are standing over this body, and they're kind of discussing what they should do next. And then Michelson whistles, and you hear a low growl And down that same tunnel comes his big Doberman that's like sniffing, and Michelson goes, "Find them." And the dog's ears immediately perk up and follow the trail of blood and bleed that the thing came from, which is the tunnel that you guys are in.
I start to sing a song and walk out of the shadows quietly. Silhouette, dorme, silhouette. Oh, and I'm
my
holding the
God.
knife behind my back.
Okay.
Okay.
Silhouette, dorme, dorme, plumere. There's no need to find us. I am already here.
Arden kind of like just is like, "Oh shit." and Michelson just crosses his arms. "So, how long have you been standing there?"
Long enough.
Well, seems you've made a mess of our project. And we can't have that.
I
Too
got no
bad.
notifications that the Order was experimenting with corpses in public.
This is a personal project. Eons doesn't know about this. Well, I might as well tell you a little bit since we'll have to kill you. And he just starts
It would make sense,
monologuing.
considering I could not tell anyone after you've killed me.
And as he's starting to monologue, his dog, whose name is Fenris, gets to kind of in between you and Michelson in kind of like that protective stance. And
is Audrey still hiding?
Audrey has stayed. She's still hiding.
Okay.
She's let
Good.
Hal be the voice.
okay.
And this time, thinking a bit more practically, she's removed her glove and rolled up her sleeve. Hopefully, it's because sometimes the sleeves of the shirts that are in fashion during this time period are a bit too fitted. So she struggles with them. But at this point, she doesn't actually care too much about her shirt. So if it's too tight or if it struggles, she just starts tearing it. So that, because her shirt's not going to matter if they die, honestly.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, I discovered a thinning underneath the morgue. And this particular bleed has been... Well, Arden, you know it more than I do. It's been fairly useful, hasn't it? And Arden, like, kind of realizing that they have the upper hand over this small boy, has gotten a little bit, like, over his initial surprise of someone being in the tunnels, and kind of just... Yes, when Michelson approached me about the incidents that had been occurring, I thought, we might as well use it to our advantage. And, instead of telling you all about it, we could just show you. And Michelson is like, what a wonderful idea. And...
If I may say something, GM, is there anyone else down here?
Aside from Audrey?
Go ahead and make a sense roll. And since you have taken a bleed mark from this particular bleed, you can add an extra dice to it.
Hooray!
To sense if there's anything else down here.
And you know what? Can that second die be one of my gilded ones?
So you only get one gilded per set. Yeah. Unfortunately.
Oh, I'm definitely going to have to use a drive on this one, though.
Okay.
Vroom, vroom.
Mm-hmm.
I have a 5.
Woo.
Okay. Yes, so you sense that 2 more of these creatures are in a tunnel to the left. And they're getting a lot closer.
Well, showing me would be good. But are you going to show me? Or are you going to have your 2 friends that are down the hallway tear me limb from limb in a sort of ironic twist to your very, very dramatic plan?
Michelson kind of chuckles at that, like, well, since there's no hiding it, and he'll kind of wave his hand, and they come out, but they're not as, like, feral as this other one was. They're much more controlled, and they look also much more human than this feral one did. And as they step into this chamber, Audrey, you recognize one of them.
Oh no. Okay.
Well, how do you pronounce your friend's name?
Amelia. Emily. Actually, Emily is her
Emily?
name.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, one of them is Emily. And her clothes are tattered. Everything is very gaunt and hollow. But strangely, with how long it's been since that incident in the marketplace, her flesh hasn't rotted. It's stayed fairly well preserved. And the other one is wearing a familiar green jacket and has the remnants of a camel strap.
Oh no.
And the pocket is torn.
Science preserve us.
Well, this seems to answer the question that I have been asking all day. And Hal looks over at Michelson.
Mm-hmm.
What I can't understand is if the esoteric order does not know that you're out on this personal mission. And this personal mission could have consequences. I believe, since you intend on killing me, that I deserve an explanation to your endgame. I really do.
The esoteric order has been more of a tool than any kind of loyalty to an organization. They've been useful. They've helped expand my knowledge of the bleed. But once they've spent everything they can for me, it won't matter. Because there is something bigger. Bigger than any of your silly little organizations. that is ready to tear this world asunder and release the other realm onto this one. And with that, Arden takes out a syringe, and you can't necessarily see exactly what's in it, but it's red, and he injects his arm, and Arden kind of like morphs and twists and and his bones crack, and he kind of grows a little bigger, and his eyes glow a little bit, and they're bloodshot, and Michelson removes his glasses, and his eyes are red voids with eyes inside them, like hundreds of eyes inside his eyes. And
Great. What a lovely time we're having.
what a lovely time. And I will give you guys a second to react to this before they lunge and before they attack.
Well,
There is a click of Audrey's gun click going and getting into place. So.
well, given that, Hal looks at Michelson. Thank you. You've given me everything I need to know. And much like Count Rugen in The Princess Bride, I'm going to run.
Actually, it works perfectly because as soon as Hal's out of the way, Audrey, who's made her way to like be just by Hal's right shoulder, lifts her arm and fires right at this guy, the tall guy with the multi eyes.
Michelson?
Yes,
Okay.
Michelson,
Okay.
yes, Michelson. My brain was like, I've smooth brain over the name.
That's okay. Okay.
So yes, she fires at Michelson and she goes, "How dare you take my friend, you rat bastard!" And, like,
So
Now Hal is really confused.
So, Hal, go ahead and make a move to see if you can dodge out of the way of Audrey's gun.
Yeah.
Unless, Audrey, you are waiting.
no,
till
Audrey was waiting till
he's
he
wait-
cleared.
okay.
She was,
Mhm.
yeah,
Okay.
she wasn't gonna. Like, she's not firing at Hal. No, she was
Okay,
waiting for him to finish his spiel, and like him running
And then-
away was the
Mhm.
opening for her to
Okay.
go and bye.
And go.
You know?
Okay. All right. So then, Audrey, make a control roll to shoot Michelson.
Okay.
And as that's happening, oh,
Hold on. It's a control
Go
roll,
ahead.
right?
yes.
Okay. I'm going to use a drive. It's going to
Okay.
knock me down to 4 drives to try and hit this guy because she's pissed. She's pissed. That is a 4.
A 4. Okay. So, so you strike him, but it's kind of like off the shoulder. So it didn't really do too much damage. And he kind of just shakes it off. And his eyes kind of start flaring a little bit with like extra dimensional energy. And that's when Fenris, the dog, runs after Hal. Like, he'll take off down the corridor after Hal. So, Hal, I will have you make a move check to see if you can dodge out of the way of this dog. Unless you want to stop and do something else.
Is
I
the
can
dog
give you a
coming-
drive. It's actually
the-
a thing I have a drive in.
And the dog is kind of lunging toward me?
Yeah, so it's like this hellhound, and he's like coming towards you, and he's diving at you.
Okay. So I'm in a very come for me, Gamorrean, I'm a Treyu kind of thing. So would this be a strike or a control to hold my ghost blade out and have the dog essentially impale itself on my blade as it jumps on me?
That would be a control, I would say.
Okay.
It's kind of like a
100%
finesse. You have
Atreyu
to-
vibes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm
to,
feeling
like-
the finesse. I'm
Mhm.
feeling the finesse on
You have
this.
to kind of angle it just right to.
Do you want the extra die? I can give you an extra die.
Yes, I do.
I will give you the drive to give Hal an
Okay.
extra die.
Okay.
That knocks me down to 3 drives. So
All right, let's do this. 2 5s. Curses.
Nice. Okay.
I
So
was
that's a
hoping for
mixed
2
success.
6s.
So that's a mixed success. So basically, you'll get it, but it's in more of like a non-lethal way versus like stabbing it right where like one hit, one shot, one kill kind of a thing. So after that, this dog just starts snarling and growling. It yelped out in pain for a second, but it was like it's not stopping. It just there's some kind of primal drive to keep after you.
Is the knife
So-
stuck in the dog?
The knife is stuck in the dog, yes.
Okay, good.
Unless you let go of it, unless you pull it out, the knife is still in the dog.
Pull out.
It's hurt, but it's still coming.
Yeah, that's not happening. I since the knife is in there,
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to try and move it, like
Yay!
wiggle around.
Yeah.
I'm not going back. It's
Uh-huh.
yeah.
Try
Give me
it,
back my knife.
Before that, it's going to try and bite at your arm as you're pulling
course.
the knife. So go ahead and make a move check to see if you can kind of dodge out of its bite attack.
Who needs shoes? I need shoes. So
Need
does Papa.
shoes.
A 3.
A 3?
Oh
Okay.
no!
So it manages to grab onto your arm as you're like struggling to move this, and it just tears at your flesh. And I'm gonna have you take 2 body.
Yeah.
The abuse.
And-
Oh no!
I scream in pain.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And because this, okay, I guess I'll ask this: has Hal ever been in any kind of fight like this before?
No.
No. Okay. I will also have you take a brain because this is traumatizing for a 17-year-old.
Hooray.
Hooray! Trauma.
Trauma. Okay, so we're gonna pop real quick back over to Audrey after you get that shot off slightly onto Michelson. He is going to kind of like move his hand in like a directional way and basically like send Arden, who's now kind of one of these creatures that Amelie and Margaret are, but a little bit more like Igor-ish and like a little bit more in control of himself than the other two are. Definitely like a mix of Igor and Frankenstein's monster in terms of like what this guy is. So he's going to come after you, and he's just going to take 2 fists and boom, and try to smash you into the ground, knock you down.
Okay.
So go ahead and take or make a move roll to try and dodge out of the way of this.
I would like to add a gilded die to this, please.
Go
so
for
it is. I'm gonna swap out. Oh no, come back. Alright, so gilded die. I don't want to use my last resistance on this, so I'm just gonna put my faith in the heart of the cards and hope for the best. That's a 6 on the die, baby.
6 on the die. Okay.
Yeah.
So
it's not the gilded though, so I don't get my drive back.
You don't get
so
the
I'm very
drive
sad
back.
about it.
But hey, you,
a 6 on the die still.
6 on the die is still great. So you manage to kind of tuck and roll out of the way. I guess dresses. I'm maybe that's not possible.
Could I?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
a dress with a
Explain how-
petticoat.
So as
it's
he-
possible.
Like
As
comes
he
down and just
tries to
Mhm.
smash Audrey, she uses her metal arm to just kind of swing one of those blows aside and get
Okay.
and move like almost like a dancer gracefully out of the way.
Okay. Awesome. So then I will go ahead and have you make you can go ahead and make your next move against them if you'd like.
They're in close quarters to each other, right?
Yeah, so Audrey and Arden are kind of like right at each other at this point.
Okay. I'm trying to decide if her firearm would work in this situation, like because it would be firing right in. Like she would try to. There's 2 ways she could go about this. She could fire right into his face, and this is what's going on in like the 6 seconds that she has to figure out what the hell she's gonna do. She can fire her gun into his face and hope that she doesn't miss, like point blank, or she can try to go toe to toe with him physically, which she's not sure she can do, given that he's enhanced himself with whatever the hell this special space crack is.
Yeah.
So I think she's gonna lift up her arm and try to fire point blank.
Okay. Go ahead and make a control.
Hold on, let me check my sheet. All right. So I'm gonna use a drive to give myself an extra die on this one.
Okay.
And that leaves me with 2 drives.
Okay.
Which is 2 6s. Yeah, baby.
Okay.
Sweet.
Yeah, so you shoot him point blank in his face. And
hell hath no fury like
yes.
a woman scorned. Thank you.
Basically. And you just blow his face like in Scanners where the dude's head explodes.
Yeah.
That's what happens.
Okay.
So his head just fully like blows up like a watermelon.
God.
And
Curiosity,
his
what are the
body-
gauge of the rounds that you use on that thing?
Well, I have special rounds that actually shatter when they hit. No, I don't think they have invented those.
I don't think we
Engage white
established
phosphorus
that, no.
slugs, that's all.
It's so big, whatever.
No, not at all. Yeah,
It's not like
no,
I want shrapnel everywhere.
yeah, right? So his head just explodes and his body just crumples to the floor. And Edgar Arden is no more. So
when this happens, the smoke comes off her gun, and the look of absolute pure rage that she's giving Michelson is I'm going to kill you and I will succeed in doing so.
That's like look what I just did to your minion, bitch.
Yes.
You're next.
But meanwhile, she's like, I'm sure she heard poor Hal somewhere back there in the
Just
hall
like,
getting eaten by a fucking dog.
Yep.
But it's not registering right now.
And speaking of, back to Hal. So Hal, your arm has been gnawed, and Fenris has not let go of this arm yet. Are you going to do anything to try to get him to let go?
So I've got my right hand is holding on to the knife, and my left hand has a dog on it.
So whatever hand that you were using to hold on to the knife to that's the hand that he went after, because that's the one that's attached to the knife.
Okay, so I have a left hand free?
Yes. So you have a hand free.
I'm going to pull a serious Hail Mary. Wow.
Okay.
Oh boy.
my arm is in his hand. Or if my arm is in his dog hand, being mouth. I'm going to fumble around on my belt to find I just had the name of it because ADD is real.
Yes.
Totally understand.
My bleed containment vial.
Yay!
Okay.
And if I can pull the bleed containment vial, open it, and with my left hand, shove it on the side of the dog's head. I'd like to do that.
Okay. I am going to have you roll, let's see. Go
should
ahead.
be weakened.
Yes. Go ahead and roll a strike roll for me.
Hooray!
Because you're basically like, it's not really a weapon that you would shoot or anything, so we'll call it a strike.
All right, and I'm going to use a drive since I have one. Ha. To get another die.
Okay.
Six and a 5.
Nice.
So
okay.
I will take the 6.
So, you shove this into the side of the dog's head, and the eyes have been kind of that same, like, crazed, wild, almost like ethereal, like, glow to them, in the same way that a lot of these creatures have had. And as you shove that bleed containment vial against its face, you slowly see that fade from the dog's eyes, and as a reaction, it instinctively lets go of your arm, and you pull out kind of like that memory stuff in Harry Potter.
Ooh.
But like red and almost slimy and like jelly-like.
Tasty.
And that comes out of this dog, and the dog kind of slumps over because now he's not like powered by anything supernatural. The knife is still in him. You still have that hand on the knife, potentially. But he's no longer actively attacking you.
Then I'll pull the knife out and go to stand up.
Okay. Yeah, he kind of, the Fenris just kind of slumps and just is like whining.
Oh.
And
well,
then...
that being the case... I'd like, if I may, and this is going to be a tough one. This is really going to be a tough one.
Don't kill John Wick's dog.
Yeah, I really want to make a read check on the dog to interpret its body language.
Okay. Yeah, go for it.
A 6. I rolled a 7. 6 and a 1.
Amazing.
Nice. Okay. Yeah, this dog has no fight left in it. It was literally being controlled by this bleed.
Okay.
And now that it's hurt, it's not gonna attack you. So if you leave, it's not gonna like come after you.
Well, it's not that. Poor dog.
Yeah, it's definitely like.
Poor dog.
Okay. She's got them. I am going to.
Them? I'm against multiple people, sir.
I'm aware of that.
Okay.
I'm going to take off my cravat. And I'm going to spend the next round pulling out my knife and hopefully tying the cravat around the dog to help seal the wound.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, so you go ahead and you tie it off, and it seems to at least help right now. And your knife wasn't that big, and you didn't hit any kind of major arteries or anything. So this seems to have stopped the bleed from, like, the wound from bleeding.
Okay.
It's absorbing it and it's stopping it enough.
Okay. And training question. How much room is left in my vial?
So it probably does not have anything left in this one. This was one of the more powerful things that Michelson had.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good to
You
know.
took a lot of bleed. He had a lot of control over this dog, and you took a lot of bleed out of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So, are you going to run back to Michelson and the others? Are you running away? Where are you headed after kind of helping the dog?
Oh, well, now that I have a plan, I'm going back to help Audrey.
Okay.
On the way, I check for her purse.
Oh my god, my purse.
Oh, yeah. Would you have dropped it, Audrey?
She actually, because I imagine her having this sort of long tan overcoat. It would have been in her overcoat up until, at least until she got into this fight. And then it probably would be on the floor of this arena in quotes, somewhere.
Then
So,
on my way back, I'm going to check her possessions for the purse, and I'm going to pull out the other vial that we used inside the morgue.
Okay. Yeah, that one definitely has some space left in it. So, okay, Audrey. So you are murderous rage, mama bear coming after.
Yes. Coming after Michelson. Yeah, she's. She can see him where she is, and she's gonna fire a couple shots at him. Okay. Specifically.
Yeah.
So, she like has the moment to like points her gun arm at him, and goes to shoot.
Okay.
And I am going to that's a control, right? So it's 2.
Yes.
I'm going to change one of those 2 to a gilded. And hope for the best. Try to get some drive back here. Actually, no, I lied. I'm gonna use up another drive. And use a gilded so that I now have 1 drive left, and I'm hoping to get another one back. So that's a 6, but it's not on the gilded. So
you can choose to take the lower roll and get the drive back, or you can keep the 6.
No,
it's up
gonna
to
keep
you.
The 6.
Gonna keep the 6. Okay. So you shoot, and this time, instead of just nicking like a shoulder, this one hits him on the side of his face, and so the side of his face is kind of like blasted off a little bit because this is a shotgun, so it's like and it's far enough away that it's not so the side of his face is blown off, and he cries out in anger and hunches over and just gives out a guttural like he has been very like uppity and proper this whole time. Now he's like, I am here and I'm going to destroy you. And so he hunches over and he comes at you.
Oh god.
And
player is terrified. Audrey is like, bring it on, mofo. Let's
go. So he comes at you, and you see his fingers kind of extend a little bit, and he is going to make a strike at you with his fingers.
no.
that have kind of gotten like long and claw-like.
Right.
You can tell that he's not necessarily human, though he puts on a face of human. And I'm going to roll for this because I want to roll dice too. Okay. Yeah, so he is able to make contact with you, and he gets you across the chest. I'm going to have you take a body and a bleed.
Okay. One body, one bleed.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. And he basically, with his it's kind of hard to understand him now because half of his face is kind of gone. But he basically, you're going to regret doing that. And before you can do anything else, he's going to strike you again.
Oh no!
That's basically like a multi-attack kind of a thing. So that one, go ahead and make a move check for me now that you know that that's coming.
Yep. I just want to point out that when she was struck the first time, her little hat that she had so carefully pinned to her hair went flying. But yes, it's a move check.
A move check, yes.
All right, that's 2, and I'm going to use my last resistance to add a die, I believe. Is that what it does?
So resistance, if you fail the roll, you can add...
Oh, if I fail the roll. I'm going to use my resistance if I fail the roll then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll use my last resistance. It's a 5 on the die.
Okay, so that's a mixed success. So you are able to move mostly out of the way because you can see that coming. But he does get a little bit of a nick on the side of your face with one of his claws. So I won't have you take any body or anything, but he did get a little bit of a mark on you.
Okay.
And now Hal. So you see, as you're walking up, you grab the bleed containment vial, and you now can see that Michelson, sorry. I said Halson, like...
I know.
I have Baldur's Gate on the mind so much.
Yes.
Every day, all day. But yeah, Michelson just kind of went after Audrey.
And I saw that very loud shot in this echo chamber filled sewer.
That is also true.
And the hat delicately flying in a little anime style arc.
Yes.
As did part of his mandible.
You know, like you do.
Yeah, like you do.
So I'm going to make a beeline to the 2 women.
Okay.
And once I'm there, I'm going to consider Audrey and consider why I'm out of the office.
I hate field work. That's gonna be a shirt.
Yes.
That's gotta be a pocket dragon shirt.
I
the
hate
second
field
person
work,
that's done
yes.
So 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I have my decision.
Okay.
But okay, I'm gonna use the vial on the lady with the torn petticoat.
Okay, so on Margaret. So as you do that, it takes a second, but then in the same way that it did with Fenris, that bleed comes out and is kind of pulled out of her body. But unfortunately, since she was kind of too far gone, she slumps to the floor. But out of the corner of your eye, you see her walking up.
Oh, so she's unconscious. Okay.
Of course.
That's totally what it is. Not that her body was on the floor and then she walks up. And she looks at you and she just says, "Thank you. Thank you."
You're welcome, but I could use some help getting your sister out of here. I don't understand why there's so many twins. Thinks to himself.
Mm-hmm. And as you are thinking that, she just kind of fades from reality.
And is there any more room in the vial? Was there as much bleed on this one in her as there was in the dog?
With the bleed that you had already collected and the bleed that was in her, that is enough to fill up the bleed containment vial. So you no longer have anything to contain the bleed coming from Amelie, who is now coming after you.
Okay.
So Amelie is going to make an attack for you, and she's going to go for your ankles to try and trip you off your feet. So I'm going to have you make a move roll to try and stay on your feet.
Hooray!
Yay!
Oh wow, I got a 6.
Hey!
I'm shocked.
Just something in you makes you jump out of the way prematurely. You can feel that coming. You can sense that that is about to happen, and you're able to dodge out of the way. And she her hand just kind of swipes, and then she kind of resets herself to come after you again. And this time she's gonna go straight for your face.
No.
Back to Audrey and Michelson. So you dodged out of the way of his second blow. What would you be doing after that?
How close am I to Michelson? Like just out of reach, or?
Yeah, just out of reach. However far away you might have rolled or dodged out of the way. Not too far though.
With I think I'm trying to decide if Audrey even knows that Hal has returned, because she's been so focused on taking out Michelson. If she could even see what he was doing with the bleed container.
I would say make a survey roll to see if you were able to spot that.
Well,
in the midst of
that's
this.
my worst one, so here we go. That's a 6!
Hey! Well, there you go. This is where the 6s all come in.
Yay!
So...
And they're
you're
gone
able
because the
to-
GM said something.
Cries!
So you're able to notice Hal going over to Amelie and Margaret, and you see the tail end of the bleed coming out of Margaret's face. And you see her body drop to the floor, but you don't see what Hal saw. You don't see her spirit. You don't see her being released from whatever this is. You just see him staring off into space for a second, while then Amelie comes after him. So you saw that much of the interaction. You saw the tail end of it.
She looks to Hal and says, My purse! There's one more bleed containment vial there! You have to find it! Because I had one last item, so that's it.
Yep.
And having said that, she turns to face Michelson, and I think if I can do more than one action, I would like to fire another shot at him.
Yeah, that's okay. It's not really like actions and turns in the
I
way
wasn't
that D&D
sure.
is. That's
so
kind of
that's
how
why
I was
asking.
running it, just because like it's a little bit
Yeah.
easier to keep track of. But yeah, there's not necessarily like a time amount or an action amount that you can do in a certain span of time.
Okay, good to know. Good to know.
But
So
we're just kind of rolling with narrative and story and how everything's
Right.
playing out.
since I didn't, I don't recall. Did I end up having to use my reroll the last time?
You did not.
No,
I did not. So I still have a
you
resistance.
decided not to. You still have a
Okay.
resistance left.
Okay.
So if you
for
fail, you can
Mhm.
reroll
reroll it.
one more time
Mhm.
with this one.
That's a 6 on the die for
Okay.
control.
So as
He is mad.
yes. So as you go and you line up your shot, do you aim for the face or do you aim for the chest? Where do you aim?
I think when she fires this shot, she's overwhelmed by her rage and grief about Amelie. What happened to Amelie? What happened to her?
Mm-hmm.
What put her in the situation?
Mm-hmm.
And she just aims for. She wants to put him down, and so I think she is going to aim for the face one final time, just to destroy whatever's left of the head. She does not want this dude, whatever the hell this motherfucker is,
else.
he's staying down this time.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Okay. With that, you take aim, and all that rage and everything is just confined. And I mean, Candela's the one that built this arm, so there's something in this arm that knows exactly where you need to point. And you fire, and the top of his head comes clean off, and he just falls backwards. And
I just want to point out that at this point she's breathing hard. Her little Gibson girl updo thing that she had going on is all fucked up. She's got like hair all around her face. She's sweaty. She's still so I'm just pointing out what this looks like right now.
Just very like after a fight.
Yes.
She's gonna have a hard time explaining this when she comes home.
Yes.
Kind of a situation.
Yes.
Honey, what happened?
It's a long day. It's a long day, love.
There was a sale on linen.
I understand, these ladies are wild.
Black Friday, baby.
Woo!
And as the last remnants of this being known as Michelson is fading out, you hear him guttural, like blood is coming up, and just gutturally say, "You think you've won? This is only the beginning. Soon he will have what he needs to tear this world apart. Your little organizations will be powerless to stop him. He will be his." And the last bit of Michelson's fades, and as that happens, Amelie drops to the floor. And Hal, you see her spirit walk out of the tunnel and walk directly to Audrey. And
okay, well, she's talking to Audrey. I'm still going to go for the purse.
I'm still looking for this purse. You don't understand.
Yep. Look for you look for the bleed containment file. There's still like,
listen, the club is closing. We got to get our stuff. I'm just saying.
And there's still a little bit of as the last bits of Michelson's speech leave his mouth, there is a little bit of that red substance coming out of his mouth, and this one is kind of moving and almost crawls away and starts to crawl away.
Okay. So I singularly focus on getting the vial and catching carnage as it's trying to crawl away down the hallway. I do not notice the spirit. I don't notice anything but that. That stuff that but the bleed. I have to contain the bleed.
Yep. Okay. Easily enough, since it's not like in anything. It's not. It's just like this mushy goop of blood and jelly stuff. You easily scoop it up and seal the container, and Audrey, you feel a hand on your shoulder, and it's warm, and you just know that this is Amelie, and she's saying thank you.
As she puts her hand on that shoulder to try to reach out for that feeling that she senses. And she whispers Amelie's name. And then she says it louder because she realized, hey, that she was here. And runs over to where she was by default, running into or over Hal. I can't decide which one because I don't know what state of collecting bleed Hal's in.
Okay.
Hal.
So we should get these two back to the surface and collect the dog.
Are they alive still?
That's for the doctors to decide. I know if I were in their position, I would probably need rest too.
Audrey sighs.
Says, well, we'll have to get someone down here to help us carry them. I can't carry 2 bodies on my own, maybe 1.
Well, I can carry the dog. At least once we get to surface, we can send someone back from Candela to collect the other 2. These sewers are not known for giant reptiles.
At least not yet. She carefully picks up Amelie's body and looks at Margaret. I hope you'll forgive me for asking you to wait just a bit longer. But I've been waiting for this reunion for a while.
And she walks with Hal to go collect the dog.
Okay.
Let's go find your dog.
So Fenris is still in the tunnel. He's not really like up and moving, but he's alive. He's kind of panting, just kind of recovering from that. And so you go and you pick him up, and with that, you both.
Can he stand up? Like, did I do that big of a thing to him?
Probably, but he might need some coaxing, and he might not want to, because
it's
where
hardy.
you stabbed him, it kind of was like near one of his arms, so it's enough of a point where he might not want to.
Come on, boy. I need you to walk.
His sad dog's like.
Go ahead and make a sway roll.
The only sway roll of the game, though. That's the best.
You've made sway rolls before.
Okay. Yeah, that's true. We did.
Yeah, you were talking to like the
and
guards.
I'm terrible at them.
Oh no!
A 6 and a 3.
Hey!
Getting all these 6s at the end, baby.
All right. So he slowly struggles, and as long as you help him up, he'll follow you guys down the tunnel.
Wow.
A little slowly.
That's convenient. Stay. And I walk back and I pick up Amelie.
Well, no,
Okay.
she's holding Amelie.
Huh?
Audrey's
Yeah,
holding
it's,
Amelie. The
I
other one
pick
is
up the
Margaret.
other one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just
Ugh.
swoop.
No,
Uh-huh.
Meanwhile, Audrey has Amelie in like this princess carry thing.
Yeah,
And-
you're a fireman carrying.
And
Margaret. There are two kinds of people.
Uh-huh.
yeah. There's going to be a lot of time in hospice. And I take a look at where I've been mauled on my left arm.
Yes. So, you're able to
Both
collect
all too hard.
everybody. Everybody's kind of heading back up. And you eventually make your way back to the chapter house. The look on Dawson Clark's face. So you have Amelie and Margaret and this dog.
So
Who's
what
kind
had
of like
happened was
limping.
no, we opened with, can we keep him?
Yes, exactly. Or Hal opens up, can I keep him? Because Hal lives there.
Yes, 100%. Hal's the one who wants the dog.
Yeah.
Hal is not asking.
Oh, it's just a thing that
Okay.
occurs. Great.
Yeah.
He's mine now.
He's mine now.
We have bled together.
Fair. Yeah, so you explain kind of to Dawson what happened and the situation. Unfortunately, both Amelie and Margaret are no longer alive. They were dead before they were infected with this bleed. Whatever was left of them was being controlled by this particular bleed.
This is being
but-
explained to Audrey?
Audrey?
Yeah, this is being explained to Audrey and to Hal.
Hal is
And
not paying attention. He is petting Thorn.
And
yes,
The
he's
artist formerly
renamed him
known as.
Thorn.
Yeah.
You're a
And,
good dog.
yeah, basically just explains that they are no longer with us. And you are able to tend to your wounds that you've sustained during this assignment. And do you mention what Michelson said at the end?
Yes,
Okay.
Audrey will absolutely report that.
I knew this was bigger than any of us initially believed. And he turns to both of you and get your rest. Recover from this. You did a good job. But this fight is not over.
Indeed.
Sounds like something bigger is on its way. And we'll have to be ready. All of us.
It seems that a partnership may be necessary. If what he said was true, and he was simply using Eon, perhaps they should be informed.
Yes. I know Farah will be able to tell OUP about this. I have a contact or two in Eons, though by strained. Strained would be an understatement. I will try to convince them that this was just a piece of the puzzle. You've both done good work, and I guess the dog can stay.
Hal blinks and still very much does not look at Audrey.
I'm afraid I startled the boy a bit with my condition.
Yes, one is not prepared for such a circumstance. It can be jarring, but don't worry, boy.
I do want to take an opportunity to use this thing that I chose to use
I
didn't have before, and that I've had, but I haven't been able to use it.
Mm-hmm.
And she kind of puts her hand on Hal's shoulder,
Mm-hmm.
and like she says, "I lost my arm a long time ago. It was," and she explains.
I'm gonna need you to speak up a lot more. I could barely understand what you said.
She said, "I lost my arm a long time ago." And she starts telling you a little bit about what happened to her, not in great detail, just like the gist, because she does explain that she wasn't fully aware of what was going on herself. This is what was told to her by others. And the skill that I'd like to use is called Field Experience.
Okay.
So and once per assignment, I can describe to the group how a previous adventure is similar to my current situation, and I get to refresh one nerve for everyone in my circle.
Hey!
That's a previous experience, awesome. So I'm going to use it.
Yeah, do it.
But yes, so everybody gets one nerve back. Yay!
Yay!
I did the thing at the end.
I know we didn't really get a chance to do it anywhere else because we've been go. But
yes. Well, it was a test play, so.
Yeah, true.
But yeah.
Okay.
So.
Well, that is a tragic yet inspiring story. I very much admire what you do. As he pointedly does not look at her. Does not miss her. No eye contact, no face. Just he's looking elsewhere.
Audrey just gives a little sigh, like, I tried to make her more comfortable around me. It's probably not going to be a thing. And she says, well, if our business is concluded here for the moment.
I'm not made uncomfortable by your rather fascinating piece of machinery. I think that its elegance in design is admirable.
Then why won't you look at me?
I have never seen a woman wear so little clothing under the age of 75. I'm not sure how I feel about it.
Well, for what it's worth, I'm married, and that was only necessary for the use of my arm.
And he just kind of walks away. Yes.
Audrey just takes her now soaking wet clutch. She does not. This was She's a little disheveled, little bit, and says, "Well, if our business is concluded here, Mr. Clerk, I'll be heading home. I have a family waiting for me."
Before you do, you should get cleaned up. I'm sure the facility has something.
Yes, feel free to use our facilities to clean yourself up and
when I was brought here, was my mother's wardrobe brought with me?
Unfortunately, most of the clothes in the manor were destroyed by moths.
Fair enough. Well, I take out my little coin purse and I pull out 3 10 currency.
Yeah.
And I put it on the table, still not facing her.
Oh my god.
Poor kid.
Before you go home, perhaps there is a tailor that has something that you can buy and wear. That way your family will not be confused. And
Audrey
if there's
smiles.
anything left over,
Yes.
maybe buy them a sweet treat. I enjoy them.
Audrey smiles at Hal and recognizes the gesture for what it is, but very quietly and patiently pushes the gold back towards Hal. Thank you for your generosity, but I am married to a doctor and I do quite well. So, and I think all I really need is a new shirt, actually, which, truth be told, I've come home looking far worse than this. I don't think anyone will see it as anything new. Least of all my husband. And my children will be asleep, so they won't know anything at all.
And he gestures for Thorn.
Oh,
Right.
but if you're wanting a sweet treat, she reaches into her satchel, her little clutch bag that has just been through so fucking much, and pulls out a very resilient black and white cookie that is somehow not reduced to utter shit by everything that has happened, and places it on the table on top of his gold pieces.
Mm. And he puts his hand on it in a very Willy Wonka, recognizing the gobstopper put on his desk kind of way.
Yes.
Yes.
And so made is a new friend in a weary world.
The circle
And
of the
he'll-
coin and the cookie.
That's
Circle
actually
of the
pretty
coin
dope.
and
I'm
the
not
cookie.
gonna
Yeah.
lie.
That might be the new circle name. I'm
Yeah,
just
that might be
saying.
your circle name.
And he'll look down at the dog. Maybe I'll call you Daisy.
Dog
Pet.
kind of like
Pet.
huh?
The dog's like, I thought my name was. Well,
I
it's not that
seem to
anymore.
have your answer.
But-
And
All
yeah,
right.
so
And with that, you both head off to your respective dwellings. Audrey back home to her family, her husband. It's probably like 5 or 6 at night at this point. It's been a long day. We've been doing a lot. You've been traveling all over New Fair. And your husband is probably home at this point. Has relieved the nanny of her duties for the night and just sees the state that you're in and nods knowingly and leads you upstairs to the room to help you get bathed and cleaned up and taken care of. And
Before they start that process, because she did take like some bleed stuff.
Yes.
She took a body and she took a bleed, but not a
Mhm.
brain. So,
no,
but
she's tough.
Yeah, she's tough. She's tough mentally.
Mentally tough.
But she just wraps her arms around her husband and like stays that way for a solid minute. Like really happy to be able to physically touch the person that she cares about the most. So, or at least one of them. Her kids count too. So.
Yeah. They're asleep already, or at least supposed to be asleep. They might not be, but he embraces you and leads you upstairs to your bedroom and washroom. And Hal, with Daisy in tow, you head back up to your quarters, and your father is there, and he just gives you a nod.
good evening, Father.
Good evening, Hal. I trust that your activities today were fruitful.
They were edifying. Can you tell me what the family texts said about something else? A devourer of some sort? Well, it's been a long day, Father. Perhaps you should think on it. This is Daisy.
Oh.
Woof.
I'm going to sing her song. Daisy, Daisy.
Oh my god.
Ah, perfect.
I love it.
Love it. And with that, we will conclude this episode of Weal or Woe with Candela Obscura.